Ohio gozaimasu, konnichiwa, konbanwa, wherever you're at in the world. Welcome to Last Raps Baseball's live commentary of the Nippon Professional Baseball League. The commentary and views are our opinions and are not affiliated with the NPB, the Pacific League, Central League, or their sponsors. We are giving live English reports on the game being played and hope English-speaking fans around the globe can enjoy the game on YouTube and Twitch along with us. Tonight, from the PayPay Dome in Fukuoka, we are going to bring you the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles and the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. It is going to be the first of 3 games that we will call in this series, and it is going to be a battle of the number 2 and number 3 teams of the Pacific League. So we are going to be calling these ones here for you tonight, tomorrow, and on Sunday. So first of all, we're going to give you the batting orders from the visitors for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. Leading off and in left field is the left fielder Nishikawa. Batting second is Hiroto Kobakata, the shortstop. Hitting third, the second baseman Hideto Asamura. Batting fourth in the cleanup spot, it is Hiroki Shimouchi. Batting fifth, it is going to be Okajima, who is going to be the right fielder. Hitting sixth, it's Ryosuke Tatsumi. He's in center field. Batting seventh is Daichi Suzuki. He's at first base. Hitting eighth is the third baseman Igoro Moji. And batting ninth is the catcher Jinjiro Sumatani. And they are going to be facing, for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks, it'll be Kazuki Sugiyama. He is 1-3 on the season. And we are ready to get this one underway. So here comes the first pitch of the ball game, and it is a fastball swung on. It is grounded up the middle into center field, and right off the bat, we've got ourselves a base hit as Nishikawa is aboard with a leadoff single. So we are right off and cracking. We're a little bit behind tonight in our updates, and so I'll have to give you some of that stuff as we move along. That's going to bring up Hiroto Kobakata. For Kobakata on the season, the young shortstop, he is batting .289. He's got a homer and 17 RBIs. We're curious to see what they're going to do here, as Nishikawa does like to run. So Kobakata batting from the left side. Wangles the bat and waits on the first offering from the right-hander Sugiyama, who holds at the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. He does square to bunt. And that pitch is taken for a called strike. That was a 96-mile-an-hour fastball from the right-hander, Sugiyama. It was a late break. Sometimes we see Kobakata, he will square early and set up, but this one was a late break, as if he was wanting to almost drop a push bunt down more than anything else. And here comes the offering now from the right-hander. It is ground ball up the middle. It's going to get into center field, and that is going to send Nishikawa all the way around to third, as he was moving on the pitch. So a base hit single, and the Eagles are flapping their wings here in the first inning. They've got something brewing with runners on the corners and nobody out, and that's going to bring Hideto Asamura to the plate. So for Asamura on the season, batting .262, he's got 18 homers and 60 RBIs. He's currently second in the Pacific League with his home run total. And he digs in from the right side as the Eagles are looking to do some damage here in the first inning. Sugiyama holds at the belt. He now checks the runner at first. And here's the first pitch to Asamura. He checks his swing. It's bounced over to first. Coming home is Nishikawa. There's the throw to the plate. It is going to be in time. That's going to be a fielder's choice. It's going to erase Nishikawa 3-2 for the first out of the inning. Kobakata is going to advance over to second. And Asamura is going to be safe at first. So that is going to bring up the designated hitter Hiroki Shimouchi. So just like that, we've got action here in the first inning. with a runner hosed out at the plate. Nice play by the first baseman of the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks, Akira Nakamura, to field the ball cleanly and make a good throw to Takuya Kai. So for Shimochi on the season, he's batting .290. He's got 8 homers and 51 runs batted in. And here comes the first offering from the right-hander Sugiyama. It's a breaking ball that catches the outside corner for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Just doing a little bit of catch-up on our back end here, so sorry for the pauses as we are here. And here comes the offering now here to Shimochi. We got Mick in the house tonight. Thank you for being here, Mick. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count is now 0-2. As we mentioned, it was a little bit of a late start for us this evening. Getting ourselves a little bit prepared on the back end. So no balls and 2 strikes. Hiroki Shimochi, the left-handed batting designated hitter, waiting on the offering from the righty Sugiyama, who holds at the belt. There's a breaking ball that just misses outside. And the count is now 1 ball and 1 ball and 2 strikes. One ball and 2 strikes. It is to the left-handed hitting Shimochi. He's waiting on the offering here from Sugiyama. The runners are at first and second with 1 gone. He checks the runner at second. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. That last pitch there, Sugiyama's really bringing it up. That was at almost 97 miles an hour. I can't recall if I've seen Sugiyama pitch this year, but he has come out throwing bullets here in the first inning. So the count remains at 1 ball and 2 strikes to Shimochi. Oh, he's waiting on the offering here from the right-hander Sugiyama. There's a breaking ball swung on, and it is hit just past the third base coach. It's got to bound into the stands. The stands there in front of the netting, you have like temporary seating down the left field line. And the third baseman over there went in to check to make sure everybody was all right, but they have everybody wearing these protective helmets. You see that at a couple of locations. And so they have this sort of temporary type seating area where it looks like it's been adjusted or added on to the field. And all the fans that are sitting in that area are all with their helmets on. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. Shimochi is waiting, and there was a fastball swung on. This ball is belted to right field, and this ball is going to get down. It's going to get in front of the right fielder, rounding second, and now throwing on the brakes. But now they got trouble because Hideo Asamura has caught up between second and third, and he has got himself into some issues as the runner at third was held up. Kobakata, as he was held up at third base, Asamura ran himself into the out. Shimochi is going to come all the way to second base, so there's going to be runners at second and third. So Shimochi will be awarded a single, but Asamura is going to be put out on the play. It looks like it's going to go 9-3, and then we'll have to see how they're going to award this one. So they fired in. The first baseman runs right at him and comes all the way and tags him. So the putout goes 9-3. As Asamura is erased for the second out of the inning, and that is going to bring up the right fielder Okajima. So the Eagles running themselves into some trouble. So Takeru Okajima steps to the plate. The veteran right fielder on the season is hitting .259, and he takes a first pitch breaking ball over for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. So 3 hits in the inning. And if the Eagles come up empty, they're not going to be very happy about this one. Left-handed hitting Okajima stands in here waiting on the offering from the right-hander Sugiyama. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count now quickly is 0-2. Right-hander Sugiyama, who's not particularly been sharp here in the first inning, has allowed 3 hits, and he may get himself a chance to wiggle out of this jam. The center fielder Ryosuke Tatsumi is waiting his turn on deck. So here comes the 0-2 pitch. There is a fastball swung on. It is grounded over to short. It is fielded by Kawase. Kawase, he throws to first. That's going to go down as a ground out 6-3 for the third out of the inning. So for the Eagles in their half, they got no runs. There were 3 hits, no errors, and 2 left aboard. We're through a half inning. It is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks and the Tohoku Rakuten Eagles all tied up at 0. We'll be right back with the Hawks coming to bat in just a moment. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right with you.
Hello, kids. Steve coming at you. It's Steve Rademacher. And if you like interesting stuff, if you like to laugh a little bit, and if you enjoy collecting, this channel's for you. If you like non-sport cards, we have them. You like pseudo-sport cards, we open them. Even if you like entire boxes of completely pointless stuff or other sports, we have everything here. I drop a different video every day, and there's always a theme to it, from No Filter Friday to Saturday morning cartoons, even Sunday shoutouts. Once in a while, we'll get a little froggy and show Money Money Monday, where I showcase a bunch of my currency. We have Legos, we have Star Wars, we have a good time. We even have my brother on Takeover Tuesday. Be there or be square. Back to Freddy.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to give you the starting lineup for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. Leading off in center field is number 23, Yukio Shudo. Batting second is Hikaru Kawase. He's wearing 00, the shortstop. Batting third is the second baseman, number 36, Taisi Makihara. The right fielder, Yuki Yanagita, is in the cleanup spot, and he's in right field. He wears number 9. Is the designated hitter, Alfredo Despagna. He wears number 54 and bats 5th. Batting 6th is the first baseman, Akira Nakamura. He wears number 7. Hitting 7th is the third baseman, number 5, Nobuhiro Matsuda. And then batting 8th is the left fielder, Yanagamachi. He wears number 32. And batting 9th is the catcher, Takuya Kai. He wears number 19. And we are underway here as the first pitch of the ball of the bottom of the inning is a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to the shortstop, or to the second baseman. Asamura fields it. He throws to first, and Shudo is gone on a ground out 4-3 for out number 1. So 1 up and 1 away on 1 pitch here in the bottom of the first inning. It's going to be Hikaru Kawase. He is batting .294 on the season with no homers and 6 runs batted in. And here comes the offering from the right-hander Takanaka. It's a fastball, catches the outside corner for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Kawase is batting from the left side against the right-hander, and he takes a fastball inside for a ball, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Takanaka back to work, and he delivers a fastball that's also inside, and the count is now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Not sure what's going on here as the batter has stepped out of the box. Looks like he's got something in his eye. Well, that's what it was. On the throwback from the catcher, Samatani hit the batter in the helmet. And so here it comes accidentally, of course. And there's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike. I haven't seen that in a while, where the catcher has flicked the ball back, and as the hitter was leaning forward, he ends up getting clipped by the throwback. And there's a breaking ball that misses outside, and Kawase is drawing himself a 1-out walk, and that's going to bring up the second baseman, Taisi Makihara. So for Makihara on the season, he's batting .290. He's got 6 homers and 31 RBIs. As we were saying, a little bit of a late start for us tonight at our end. Just getting ourselves meshed up with some of the stuff. So we got the lineups a little bit later than we would care to have received them. And here's the first pitch. It is a fastball that misses inside and low, and the count is 1 ball and no strikes to Makihara. As mentioned, we will be back on again tomorrow as well for these same 2 ball clubs. And throwing over to first base and diving back in time is the base runner, Kawase. We haven't seen the shortstop Kenta Imamiya in a while. We don't know if he's on the shelf or not. Last night, the Golden Eagles pounded out 10 runs against the Chibalote Marines in their getaway game as there's a fastball taken on the inside corner for a called strike. The count is 1-1. It looks like the Eagles have been playing a little bit better lately. They had that big winning streak, 14 games early in the season. And after that, they sort of went into the tank a bit. They weren't playing as well and weren't even playing win one, lose one type of baseball. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed. The count is now 1-2, but now it looks like they've righted the ship a little bit lately, and they've started to play better again. Their bats, their offensive numbers have really started to pick up. So if you get good hitting and good pitching combination together, you could do a lot of damage. So here comes the 1-2 offering. And Makihara swings, and it's hit over to second. It is fielded by Asamura. He throws over to first. That's the only play he's going to have, is Kawase is going to make it over to second base on a fielder's choice. That is going to retire Makihara on a ground out 4-3 for the second out of the inning. That's going to bring up the right fielder, Yuki Yanagita. For Yanagita, he's hitting .266 on the season. He's got 14 homers and 49 runs batted in. Steps in here to face the first offering from Takanaka. He waggles the bat, does Yanagita, and as he waits for the first offering here from the Tohoku right-hander. He comes set. He checks the runner at second base. And now he delivers. It's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is quickly 1-0 to Yanagita. So 1 ball and no strikes. Left-hander Yanagita waiting here on the delivery from Takanaka. It's a fastball that misses inside, and the count is now 2-0. There is a decent contingency of Tohoku fans in the stands tonight at the PayPay Dome. They make quite the journey to be able to go from one end of the country to the other to see these 2 teams play. But there are some maroon jerseys in the stands. As here comes the 2-0 pitch. Takanaka delivers. It's a fastball that misses inside, and the count is now 3-0 to Yanagita. Alfredo Despania awaits his turn on deck for the Hawks. Here's the delivery. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Right-hander again holds at the belt, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and missed. Now the count goes to 3-2 on Yanagita. Our friend Alexander's in the house here tonight. He says he might pass out during this. I might put you to sleep during this. This is starting off as not one of our more crisp calls, as it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. I'm having to do a little bit of catch up here, Alexander, on some of the stuff that we're doing here on the backside. And there's a fastball that misses inside, and the count is a ball 4 to Yanagita, and that's going to put runners at first and second, and that's going to bring up the designated hitter, Alfredo Despania. For Despania on the season, he's hitting .230. He's got 5 homers and 9 RBIs. So just in return to Alexander Leggett, who's in the chat, I might pass out right there with you. So runners at first and second. I did get a few hour nap in here before we had to make the call on this one, so we're happy for that. So we'll be able to stay right up through this one. Got to stay up right through into the morning. Got a meeting in the morning. So here comes the first offering to the designated hitter. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. So the Hawks have runners at first and second with 2 gone here in their half of the first inning. Both these teams with traffic all over the base paths. And here comes the offering to the right-handed hitting Despania. As the right-hander Takanaka holds at the belt, he checks the runner, and now he delivers. It is a fastball that is taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 1-1. The Hawks definitely happy to get out of that series against the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. They had a 3-0 lead last night. They ended up blowing the lead. That game went 12 innings and ended in a tie. But they did not get a victory in that series at all. And so here comes the offering from Takanaka, who holds at the belt. Now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses inside, and the count is now 2-1. Our friend Alexander Leggett says, asks the question, does the NPB exclusively do DHs? Nope, they don't. The Central League is kind of like the National League. The pitchers hit. And in the Pacific League, there is a DH, and in the Central League, there is where the pitchers hit. As there's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 2-2. So the 2 starters tonight in the game between the Hiroshima Carp and the Hanshin Tigers, it is Yuki Nishi that's going up against Daichi Osera. Last year on opening day, both of the pitchers hit home runs. And it was like the first time in, I can't remember how many years that, first time in, I don't know how, as I said, first time, and I'm not sure how many years that on opening day, 2 pitchers had hit a home run, 2 starters in a ball game, as there's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2. That's the one thing I miss about Major League Baseball. They talk about the game, how to quicken up the game, and they go about it the wrong way. I think that's the way I would put it the most. They're looking for ways to speed up the game in Major League Baseball, but they're looking at the wrong ways in which to do it. And one of the things is the pitcher's hitting. You want to speed the game up, put a dead bat in the order, and usually the pitchers are the case. There's not too many good hitting pitchers in baseball. There's a pitch that is delivered to Despania that misses outside, and the count is now 3-2. Our friend Mick says he's got the Tigers, the Bay Stars, and the KBO's Lotte Giants tonight. Our friend Alexander says, were they just copying the American way of having one league with it and one without it? Would that come naturally? It's a good question. Historically, I don't have an answer for you on that one. As here comes the 3-2 pitch. And there is a breaking ball swung on. This ball is belted to left field. And this ball is going to get down. It's going to get off the fence. It is fielded by the left fielder, Nishikawa. He fires it in. And coming around to score is going to be Kawase. Stopping at third is going to be Yanagita. And Alfredo Despania is getting the fist pumps as he's got himself an RBI double. And that is going to open up the scoring here for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks here in the first inning. The score is now 1-0. And I got to tell you, the Golden Eagles are going to feel a bit snake bitten. They got themselves thrown out at the plate in the first inning there as the batter runner the runner Nishikawa got hosed at the plate. And you think about some of the others, they had 3 hits and could not string anything together for a run. A little base running gaff by Asamura. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0 to Nakamura. So Akira Nakamura steps to the plate here. He's batting .234 on the season with a couple of homers and 29 RBIs. So right-hander against the left-hander. He checks the runner at second base. He's set at the belt is the right-hander Takanaka, and it's a fastball that misses down and away, and the count is now 2-0. So this is going to be the 26th pitch of the inning coming up for the Golden Eagles right-hander. Got themselves in a little bit of a pickle here, as the Hawks have runners at second and third and 2 gone with already 1 run on the board. And they're looking for more. So here comes the offering from the right-hander as he delivers. It's a fastball that catches the outside corner. The count is now 2 balls and 1 strike. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Nakamura. Again, the right-hander holds set. He checks the runner at second, and now he fires. It's a breaking ball that misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 3-1. So the hitters for the Hawks are getting themselves into good hitters counts. And so far, they've made the starter Takanaka pay, as he has had an inability to get ahead in the count. And when he does, they've been putting the bat on the ball. They've got a couple of walks in the inning, and there's been a hit, a couple of hard groundouts. And here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. And the count now goes to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Nakamura. Again, the right-hander leans in. He gets the sign from his catcher. He checks the runner at second base. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a split finger pitch that misses down. They appeal over to the third base umpire, and Nakamura is going to get himself a walk. So that is going to load the bases, and that is going to bring up Nobuhiro Matsuda, the veteran third baseman. It's also going to bring out the pitching coach out to the mound to have a discussion with his right-hander. So the bases are loaded with 2 out. And the Hawks, who were staring down the barrel of a gun in the top of the first inning, are now doing it to their opposition here. So Matsuda's coming to the plate. Now, there's certain players that you watch sometimes, and Matsuda's at the twilight of his career. He's only hitting 188 on the season here. He's got himself have any homers. He's got 6 RBIs. But when we've watched the Hawks play, he's been a clutch player in the games that we watched. He's 3 years removed from his last 30 home run season. He's got 301 career homers. He's got none this year. He's in essence almost been relegated to a part-time player. 39-year-old bats from the right side against the right-handed throwing Takanaka, who holds at the belt. And now he delivers. It's a fastball swung on and missed. The count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Nobuhiro Matsuda. The crowd is making some noise. They've got their thunder sticks out. Their fans are going. There's only one time, I think, that this season, in fact, one time period in the last couple of years that when we've called games, watching games at the PayPay Dome, has the dome been open, and there's a fastball swung on it, is chopped slowly over to short, charging it hard, and fielding it is Kobakata. He throws to first, but it's not in time. As Nobuhiro Matsuda has been able to beat it out, it's going to be an infield single. He's going to get himself an RBI. Yuniki Yanagita is going to score the second run of the inning. It's going to advance everybody ahead of base. Espana has moved to third. Nakamura is at second. As we get the replay, the veteran third baseman was able to beat it down the line, and he did get it. He was safe by at least a half a step. So good hustle by the veteran, and that's going to bring up the left fielder, Yanagamachi. This is the 8th hitter to come to the plate here in the bottom of the first inning. And the threat is not over. Here's the first pitch. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. And the count is no balls and 1 strike to Yanagamachi. Yanagamachi's hitting .286 on the season. Having himself a solid campaign. It's really his first full season. He's getting an opportunity to play every day, and part of that has to do with some injuries for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. Ubiyashi was part of that outfield mix, blew up his knee. He's gone for the year. So he's getting a chance to play, and he's getting a chance to play almost every day. This is his 77th game of the season. He's got no homers and 27 RBIs. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted to deep left field. Racing back on it on the warning track and making the catch up against the wall as the left fielder Nishikawa, and that is going to do it here as Yanagamachi sends it a long way, but that is not long enough as he has gone for out number 3. So for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks in their first inning, they had 2 runs in the inning on 2 hits. There were no errors and 3 runners left aboard. We are now through 1 complete. It is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 2, the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments after this. We appreciate you guys all for being here. Here's our friend Steve Rademacher.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OP-Chi baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and your support of the channel, and in turn we support Steve Rademacher. We are moving here to the top of the second inning. We've got, as I mentioned before, we've got our friend Mick and Alexander in the chat tonight, as well as other folks that are listening in. I'm a little bit behind on some of our other information, so I'm trying to play a little bit of catch-up on the backside. But it is probably impacting a little bit of the quality of the play-by-play that you're getting. Ryotsuki Katsumi is going to step to the plate here. And the first pitch he gets is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Tatsumi is batting .266 on the season. He's got 7 homers and 25 runs batted in. The center fielder has quietly been lifting his average through the year. So there's a fastball that misses inside, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. There's a fastball swung on. This is grounded through the 4-hole into right field as it skips by the carpet right past the diving first baseman Akira Nakamura, and Tatsumi is going to be aboard with a single. And so he is on at first with nobody out, and that's going to bring up the first baseman Daichi Suzuki. So for Suzuki on the season, he's batting .253. He's got 3 homers and 19 RBIs. Another player, again, who had a slow start to the season, has been quietly lifting his batting average. I've seen the Hawks in a little bit, and so when you don't call a team and you don't see them since before the All-Star break, you go through some of the other teams, and then you come back to them. Here's the first pitch that is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. You get a chance to see how they're playing, and they seem to have been righting the ship and playing a little bit better. As we said, it's a battle of the second and third place teams here tonight. The Saitama Cebu Lions, top of the heap in the Pacific League, are playing really good baseball. We just did that series as they played against the Oryx Buffaloes. And not like the Buffaloes are playing bad baseball, but the Lions are playing just a little bit better right now. There's a fastball swung on and missed, and the count now goes even to 1-1. Look at some of the other players in the lineup here. As we mentioned about the Golden Eagles on deck, Higoro Moji also starting to get himself going. He missed the first portion of the season. I really like this Golden Eagle offense. I like the way they swing the bat. I like their approaches at the plate for the most part. There's a split finger swung on and missed, and the count is now 1-2. I always used to say, give me a team of veteran bats and young arms, and you can do a lot of damage at any level of the sport. As long as those young arms can throw strikes, the veteran bats are going to be able to play out. I often say, if I knew 30 years ago what I knew now, I would have been a way better hitter. But most people can say that. There's a ground ball hit to the first baseman. It is fielded by the first baseman, Nakamura. He throws to second for one, back to first, and it is not going to be caught by the pitcher covering. He had to stretch. Ball was down a little bit, and he wasn't able to come up with it. It's going to go down as a fielder's choice. So that's going to erase Tatsumi at second base. He's going to be erased 3-6 for the first out. Suzuki is going to be safe on the back end, and that is going to bring up the third baseman, Higoro Moji. So for Moji, he's batting .244 on the season. He's got 5 homers and 18 runs batted in. He always does his traditional bow to the home plate umpire when he comes up. There's some players that do that more than others, but he is definitely one of the ones who is most notable. And he is standing in on the left side, and the right-hander Sugiyama throws over to first, and diving back in time is the runner Moji. So we're just about all caught up on the back end at least from my point of view. As here's the first pitch from Sugiyama. It's a fastball swung on and missed. Count is no balls and 1 strike. When I looked at the game today, and sometimes you try to figure out who you think might have the edge in this one and who wouldn't. To me, a lot of the games right across the board were flip of the coins tonight, especially with the new series as it starts, and you look at the pitchers and you look at the matchups. There's a fastball that misses upstairs. What was it, 96 miles an hour? Count goes even now to 1-1 on Moji. I didn't necessarily feel comfortable of making any predictions. I thought about doing another prediction round again. We've only done it a couple of times on the channel this year. We did throw out a poll earlier today or yesterday, and it was asking the audience that comes to our channel, do you bet on sports? There's a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is now 1-2. I have to say, I was a little bit surprised by the statistics. I'm not going to really talk about that right now. I will let you guys make the decision. If you go over and check out the poll, you'll see what the statistics are, but it really wasn't what I expected based on what the folks who visit the channel, especially on the weekends, talk about. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Right-hander Sugiyama holds at the belt. And here comes the offering to Moji. It's a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded foul. That's going to keep the count at 1-2. So sometimes you see that a little bit. People, they have their interest in the gambling of these sports. Our friends here are flipping in. I've got, as I said, a little behind on the chat here. Our friend Mick says his work is so slow. And he says, what game are we going to be covering tomorrow in the day? And there's a split finger pitch that's down. It gets by the catcher. Advancing over to second is Suzuki, and he's made a big turn over at second base, but Takuya Kai is able to run it down. There's a lot of real estate between home plate and the backstop as that pitch was down. I think that's probably going to get ruled as a pass ball. Pitch was down, but it didn't bounce. It went off the glove of the catcher. Kai really should have done a better job of that. In fact, he tried to backhand the pitch inside to the left-handed batter where he probably should have went over and blocked it. It's just a little bit laziness on the part of the catcher. So our friend Mick wants to know what game we're going to be covering tomorrow in the day. We were originally looking at doing the game between the Braves, and I forget who the Braves were playing, and there's a ground ball hit to second, fielded neatly by the second baseman, Makihara. He throws to first, and Moji is going to be retired on a ground out 4-3 for the second out of the inning. It's going to advance Suzuki over to third. It's going to bring up the catcher, Jinjiro Simatani. Well, we were originally going to do that Brave game in the Major League stuff, but I pulled that one off the board as I've got to attend to some matters tomorrow. So I'm not 100% sure if we're going to get a game in the day. We are definitely going to call these same two teams tomorrow night and also on Saturday. There was originally speculating a couple of weeks ago that I was thinking about going to see the Mariners, but I decided to pull the plug on that when the Mariners or the Angels decided to ship off a bunch of their players last week. There's a fastball that misses down. The count is 1-0 to Simatani. Shohei Ohtani pitched on Wednesday, so he's not going to throw in the Mariners series against the Angels, so that's not going to be worth watching. And then Noah Syndergaard got dealt to the Phillies, and he pitched yesterday. So there's not going to be that to watch either. So after that, I said, I'm not going to go, and I guess Mike Trout's still out. So I'm going to watch those guys play. There's a fastball that misses down. And the count is now 2-0. I would have liked to have seen Luis Castillo, and he went the other day against Garrett Cole, so he's probably not going to throw until maybe Sunday at the earliest. So 2 balls and no strikes to the catcher, Simatani. But I guess going to watch that would probably be going better than going to watch the Washington Nationals, as our friend Alexander is a Nats fan, and there's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count is 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Simatani. Our friend Mick says the Yankees are playing the Braves tomorrow. I think that was the one that I had slated up. I just don't think I'm going to be able to make that one work. Here comes the pitch. It is a split finger pitch, swung on and missed. So Simatani has now had the count run even to 2-2. He was fooled that he was way out in front of that one, and he lost his top hand and almost spun himself into the ground. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to the right-handed hitting catcher. Here comes the offering now from the right-hander Sugiyama, and there's a split finger pitch that misses down, and the count goes to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. This is going to be another potential wasted opportunity if the Eagles can't cash here. They stranded runners at second and third in the first inning, and they've got a runner here in scoring position again in the second. And here's the pitch. It is a split finger pitch that misses down, and that's going to be ball 4. Simatani's going to draw himself a walk, and that's going to bring up the top of the order in Haruki Nishikawa. So neither of these 2 pitchers tonight have been sharp. It looks like we're going to be in for this one for a long haul. So it'll probably be a bullpen night early for both of these clubs. Friend Mick says that tomorrow it's the Yankees and the Braves. To check on that, couldn't remember which one that was going to be. It's actually the Mets and the Braves go tomorrow. It's the Yankees and the Cardinals tomorrow night. So I think for some reason we were going to do possibly the Braves and the Mets. Braves and the Mets was Ian Anderson and Taijuan Walker. That would have been a good pitching matchup. So we may still revisit that one. There's a pitch that is down for ball one, and the count is 1-0. We sometimes have greater success in doing games in the daytime. But I looked at the matchup. It's the Marlins and the Cubs tomorrow. Goes off at 2:20 Eastern or 11:20 Pacific. And hard to get excited about those two teams, although the Marlins do have some interesting pitching. I saw today, I was looking at the numbers, and was their starter, Sandy Alcantara, is averaging nearly 7 innings a starter. I think he's over 7 innings a start, which is crazy. Only pitcher in baseball. He's literally got 20 more innings ahead of the second place guys. There's the split finger pitch that misses down, and the count is 2-0. You don't see a lot of pitchers these days with those kind of numbers. So 2 balls and no strikes. The left-handed hitting Nishikawa waggles the bat. He's waiting on the offering here from the right-hander Sugiyama. There's a breaking ball that misses upstairs. The count goes now to 3-0. Nishikawa is 1 for 1 today. He singled his first time up, but he was erased on a fielder's choice when he was thrown out in the plate. They were running the contact play early in the game, as it was a bouncer to the first baseman, Nakamura. Fired home to Takuya Kai to erase him for the first out of the inning. Eagles ran themselves out of some opportunities. There's a fastball that misses down. That's going to be ball 4. It's going to be back-to-back walks here as Sugiyama is falling apart a little bit, and that's going to bring the pitching coach out as the bases are now loaded. Hirota Kobakata striding to the plate. So the pitching coach is on his way out to the mound. And there's Mick he says it is. Actually, the Yankees are playing the Braves tomorrow. No, sorry, it's the Yankees are playing St. Louis. Braves, we got the Mets. So Sugiyama has got himself into a world of hurt here. He's thrown 36 pitches in his inning and 2/3 of work. The bases are loaded yet again. And the Golden Eagles are threatening. In the first inning, they stranded 2 aboard. And now they've got the bases loaded with Kobakata at the plate. Kobakata is 1 for 1 today. He singled his first time up. It was a hard hit ball up the middle. And here comes the first offering from the right-hander Sugiyama. Leans in, he gets the sign from his catcher Kai, and he comes set at the belt. And now he's ready to go to work. He kicks and he fires. It is a fastball that misses down. The count is 1-0. Don't always get to see the bullpen in the PayPay Dome. So don't know if there's any action going yet, but I think there's got to be a 5-alarm blaze. The alarm bells have got to be going off. Here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It is popped up over on the third base side, but this is going to reach the seats just beyond the third base dugout, and that's going to keep the count at 1-1. Mick says, you need a special guest on the show. Yeah, tonight possibly a little bit. As I said, we've been working a little bit behind trying to catch up on some stuff. We had a late jump prior to this one. So the runner at third is Suzuki. The runner at second is Simitani. The runner at first is Nishikawa. There's a fastball that misses down. The count is 2-1. I actually had a talk earlier today with Steve Rademacher, and we were talking about some of the things that you brought up earlier today, Mick, in terms of some of the things and some of the suggestions, and we were kicking some ideas around. I was telling Steve about some of the things that you'd mentioned in the earlier stream. And here's the 2-1 pitch. It is a fastball swung on. This ball is lined foul down the right field line. Kobakata spanked that one, but just got around it. It's going to run the count now to 2-2. It was a hook-barreled ball as it ended up bounding into the temporary seats. As I say, I get a good chuckle with those temporary seats, all those people that are wearing helmets. If you're just behind the netting, you don't have to wear the helmet. Those folks were scattering there as that ball was missiled into the seats. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is now 3-2. So there's nowhere to put Kobakata. The bases are loaded. As they are full of Eagles. 3 balls, 2 strikes. There's 2 outs. The runners are going to be on the move as soon as the ball's delivered to the plate. So the right-hander gets his sign from his catcher, and he now comes set, but now he steps off the backside of the rubber, and we're going to cycle through these signs again. So Sugiyama struggling here as he's walked a couple of guys to load the bases, a couple of the hitters. And here comes the 3-2 to Kobakata. He holds at the belt. And now he kicks and fires. It is a fastball swung on. This ball is belted to deep right field. Racing over is the right fielder, Yanagita, but it's going to bounce foul, and it's going to get into the seats. That is going to keep the count at 3-2. That was another ball that was hook-barreled. It hung up in the air, didn't have the legs to get out. But where they had played the right fielder, Yanagita, he had a long way to come, but it just hooked into the seats. That keeps the count at 3-2. So here comes the 3 balls and 2 strike pitch to Kobakata. Friend Mick says, your commentary reminds me when I used to listen to my Denver Broncos on our local AM station 850. So I have to say, I've never listened to the Denver Bronco announcers. There's probably very little football that I've actually listened to. And there's a split finger pitch swung on and missed. And Kobakata is down on strikes for the 3rd out of the innings. So the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles again threaten. There were no runs in the inning. There was 1 hit. There were no errors and 3 runners left the board. That's 5 runners left in the first 2 innings. We are now through an inning and a half. It is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 2, the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles, no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call in just a couple moments after this. Here's our friend Steve Rademacher.
Hello, kids. Steve coming at you. It's Steve Rademacher. And if you like interesting stuff, if you like to laugh a little bit, and if you enjoy collecting, this channel's for you. If you like non-sport cards, we have them. You like pseudo-sport cards, we open them. Even if you like entire boxes of completely pointless stuff or other sports, we have everything here. I drop a different video every day, and there's always a theme to it, from No Filter Friday to Saturday morning cartoons, even Sunday shoutouts. Once in a while, we'll get a little froggy and show Money Money Monday, where I showcase a bunch of my currency. We have Legos, we have Star Wars, we have a good time. We even have my brother on Takeover Tuesday. Be there or be square. Back to Freddy.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and your support of the channel, and in turn, we support Steve Rademacher. Be sure to check out his stuff after the game, as he's always got something interesting. He's got No Filter Friday. I don't know if he's coming out with one today, but he's got Money Money Monday, Takeover Tuesday, Saturday morning cartoons, and the Sunday shoutouts. There's something there for everybody, and most of them are G-rated. There's No Filter Friday. So that is going to bring up the 9, 1, and 2 hitters in the batting order here, as the right-hander Ryota Takanaka struggled in his first inning of work as he had faced 8 batters. So here comes Takuya Kai to lead it off, and the first pitch to him is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. 34 pitches in that first inning for Takanaka. He looks like a beaten man here in the second inning as he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that misses outside. The count is 1-1. You know, when you look at some guys, just think of basketball players when they run up and down the court and it looks like their next step is going to be their last. Well, that's kind of where Takanaka looks like right here in the second inning. He looks gassed already. There's a fastball swung on. This is lined into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit, as Kai has got himself a leadoff single here in the second inning, and it's going to bring up the top of the order in Yukio Shudo. So I think we're pretty much all caught up on our back end stuff that we usually get prepared with before the ball game starts. So now we can at least jump back and chat with our chat as we move along here. So top of the order, Yukio Shudo steps to the plate. He's 0 for 1 tonight. He's grounded out to the second baseman his first time up. I'm curious to see if the Hawks are going to nickel and dime a little bit here and maybe try to bunt some guys along. So just as that reminder, as we mentioned before, there's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right field. It's going to get down. It's going to be fielded by the right fielder, Okajima, who fires it in. Takuya Kai is going to go all the way around to third on the single by Shudo. So there's runners on the corners with nobody out, and the Hawks, again, are flapping their wings, and it is going to be Hikaru Kawase coming to the plate with runners on the corners and nobody out. So this is going to be a game of lost opportunity right now for the Golden Eagles. If they end up letting this one wiggle away, they had stranded 5 runners in the first 2 innings, and the Hawks have been able to come back and capitalize. So they got the corners are playing in. We'll take a look at the middle infield. It looks like they're halfway. I still want to remain in double play depth. So for Kawase, he walked and scored a run his first time up. He's hitting .294 on the season with no homers and 6 RBIs. Our friend Mick says they need this win. I'm not sure if it's the Hawks or the Eagles. The Hawks definitely stumbled out of that series against the Fighters. Looking at the attendance for this one here tonight, it's not at full capacity, not even close. We watched that game between the Lions and the Oryx Buffaloes, that series. Really disappointing to see that Saitama Cebu Lions are in first place and they're barely getting 10,000 fans a game. Here's the first offering to the batter Kawase, and it is a fastball taken for a called strike. He sure didn't like that call. We say the difference between the North American players and the Japanese players. The Japanese typically don't say anything to the umpires, typically. The North American players, the mouths are flapping and they're letting the plate umpires know, but the Japanese players do their talking with their body language. You could tell that the batter sure wasn't impressed with the call as he did a 180 and did a tour of the dirt circle. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and now the count is 0-2. And to be honest, that's the way it should be. Play the game and let your talking go with the bats. I was thinking of Cody Bellinger today when we were watching the Dodgers and the San Francisco Giants. Cody Bellinger, he sure does a lot of talking at the plate. He doesn't endear himself to the umpires. And when he has to come to get close calls, he doesn't get the calls, I wouldn't think. I mean, the umpires are human too. It's the human factor that gets in there, and you keep telling somebody that they're not very good, and they're going to remember that. Of course, Cody Bellinger's numbers over the last few years after his MVP season haven't been very good. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. There goes the runner down to second. The throw is through, and it is not going to be in time. That's going to be a stolen base for Shudo. So that now puts 2 runners in scoring position. That last pitch was a ball as it was upstairs to the batter. No, he swung on that and missed, actually, and that's going to be strike 3 to Kawase. I thought that pitch was up, and it was up, but he was waving to protect the runner, so that's going to be 1 gone, and it's going to be Taisi Makihara to the plate. So Makihara, 0 for 1 today. He grounded out to the second baseman his first time up. Now the Eagles have all the infield in. On the turf, everybody is at least even with the bag, if not a step ahead of the bag. So Makihara hitting .289 on the campaign. He's got those 6 homers and 31 RBIs, and the first pitch is a split finger pitch swung on and missed. And the count is quickly 0-1 to Taisi Makihara. So runners are at second and third. The Eagles are threatening to add more to the board as they have a 2-0 lead here. Also be checking in on the out-of-town scoreboard in the NPB as this one moves along. There's a fastball swung on and fouled off right at the plate. That hits the catcher, Simitani. So no balls and 2 strikes. The crowd, as we mentioned, is in full form tonight. They've got their thundersticks going. It looks like it's a younger crowd for a Friday game in Japan. Sometimes you see different ones where the school children are out earlier in the week, and there's a fastball taken for a called third strike. Makihara stood there like the house by the side of the road and watched it go by as that fastball was right at the knees. And he is retired for out number 2, and that's going to bring up the right fielder, Yuki Yanagita. So I'm not sure what Makihara was looking for on the 0-2 pitch. That pitch was maybe a little too good. It was a bit middle in, but it wasn't right on the inside corner. And he is out for out number 2, and that brings the right fielder, Yuki Yanagita, to the plate. For the Yanagita, he is walked his first time up. He also scored a run. He's hitting .266 with 14 homers and 49 runs batted in. So the Hawks are looking to add to their lead here. I have to say, when I've watched games this year with the Hawks, Yanagita, who's one of their big stars, hasn't really produced like we've been accustomed to seeing in recent years. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It is grounded foul. The count is 0-1. It was fielded by the pitcher, Sugiyama, who's up and throwing in front of the dugout. The ball was absolutely hook-barreled. He got around that one. He wears the shin guard on the right leg, but you can see why on that swing. That was a really long swing by Yanagita. So no balls and 1 strike. As the right-hander Takanaka checks the runner at second base, and now he delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It is fouled away right at home plate. The count is now no balls and 2 strikes. Simitani is getting beat up a little bit back behind the plate there. That last pitch was a 2-seamer. It came back across the plate a little bit. It was tipped into the mid of the catcher, but Simitani hasn't fielded balls cleanly. So no balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the offering from the left-handed stick Yanagita. As they kick and deliver, it's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is now 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Friend Mick says the Tigers and Bay Stars are both up 1-0 in their games. As we mentioned, we'll be keeping updated on the out-of-town scoreboard here as and in other games around the NPB. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. As Takanaka delivers a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is now 2-2. We are going to try to give all the games in this series this weekend, as this is a battle of 2 versus 3. So here comes the 2-2 offering. As the right-hander Takanaka checks the runner at second, and he kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted down the right field line, but it's going to reach the seats. It's going to keep the count at 2-2. To do a double check to see if we've lost our feed or not here, which shows that we got our stuff happening here, but I don't know if we've lost some of this stuff here. I still see people in the chat, so that means everything is still good. So here comes the 2-2 pitch to Yanagita. He kicks and delivers. It is a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. They do have the open base, but it is Alfredo Despania who waits on deck. He's already got a double and an RBI tonight. Other than the Hokkaido Oryx game, there's scoring all around the NPB, so we'll get caught up after this half inning. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Simitani is really wanting the pitch to be left down here as here comes the offering to Yanagita. Right-hander holds at the belt, and he kicks and he fires. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count remains at 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. friend Mick says, I'm still here, which is good. Sometimes we get a look at the strength of our signal, and it gives us some of the updates. I know we're connected. The question is what's our signal all about? There's a fastball swung on. This ball has popped up down the third base line. Racing over is Moji, and he reaches into the stands. He's going to make the catch, and that is going to do it here for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks in their half of the second inning. So they got no runs in the inning. There were 2 hits. There were no errors, and 2 runners left the board. And now they've left 5 runners on base in the first 2 innings, but they have the 2-0 lead. We're now through 2 complete in Fukuoka. It is the Hawks 2, the Eagles no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments with the call after this from our friend Steve Rademacher.
Hello, guys. Steve Rademacher coming at you. I'm having my 500 subscriber giveaway if we get there by the end of this year. That's my name and my channel, Steve Rademacher. All you have to do is be publicly subscribed, and then you can enter to win once we hit the magic number. Either an unopened, still sealed box of Star Trek official trading cards, Next Generation and Original Series. If that's not your cup of tea, we have Fleer Adrenaline with a Deerdick rookie card. I have pulled out an autograph from one of these, and there are relics. If that's not your thing, how about an unopened box of 1987 Donruss Baseball? Just come watch me, subscribe, and enjoy the show. Thank you.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and your support of the channel. And in turn, we support Steve Rademacher. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in 30 seconds with the call after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters in the batting order coming up for the Golden Eagles. That means it's going to be Hideto Asamura, Hiroki Shimouchi, and Takiro Okajima. And there's a first pitch fastball swung on. It is taken on one hop by the shortstop, Kawase. He throws to first, and that is going to retire Asamura on a ground out 6-3. So 1 pitch and 1 away here in the third inning. That is going to bring up the designated hitter, Hiroki Shimouchi. So for Shimouchi tonight, he is 1 for 1. He singled in his first trip to the plate. He was stranded at second base back in the first inning. And here comes the first pitch from the right-hander Sugiyama. It's a fastball that misses upstairs for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Sugiyama ready to go back to work, and he delivers a fastball. This is swung on. This is belted to deep right field. Moving back on the warning track is Yanagita, and he's going to watch it sail into the seats as Shimouchi has cut into the lead with a solo shot here in the third inning. That is going to be his 9th homer of the year. The Golden Eagles are on the board. It is now a 2-1 scoreline at the PayPay Dome in Fukuoka. So 2-1 now is the score. That ball was a fastball middle in. Shimouchi left no doubt about it as he yanked that ball well into this over the fence. There's the stands, and then there's that temporary kind of seating area. It almost looks like a picnic area that's in right field there. There's a first pitch fastball that is swung on and fouled away by Okajima, and the count is 0-1. So the Eagles on the board. And here Sugiyama rocks into the motion, and he kicks and he delivers. There's a fastball that just misses outside, and the count is 1-1. Okajima is 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded to short to end the first inning. Averages dipped to 258. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that misses down and away. And the count is now 2-1. Okajima getting the nod in right field tonight for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. As we said, the Eagles' bats were booming last night as they stuck 10 on the board against the Marines. There was a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is now 3-1. 50 pitches already for the right-hander Sugiyama here, as he's in the top of the third. A long way to go. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep right field, but this is going to be playable, as camping out underneath it is the right fielder Yanagita. That is going to retire Okajima for the second out of the inning. And that is going to leave it all up to the center fielder, Ryosuke Tatsumi. So for Tatsumi, he's 1 for 1 today. He singled his first time up. He was erased on a fielder's choice. That was in the second inning. So the right-hander Sugiyama gets the sign from his catcher Kai, and he rocks into the motion. He delivers a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. When you think of potential prospects for Major League Baseball, and you watch the Japanese League, there's a fastball that swung on and missed, and the count is 0-2. The easy ones are Roki Sasaki in my mind, and also the pitcher the pitcher for the Hiroshima Carp. I really like that. Was it Matsuda as the right-hander? No, it's escaping me right off the top of my head. The young right-hander for the Hiroshima Carp. As the right-hander Sugiyama rocks into the motion and delivers, there's a breaking ball taken for a called third strike. Tatsumi is retired for out number 3. Stick around, everybody. I'm going to collect my thoughts, and I'll come back to you here in the bottom of the third. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left the board. It is now a 2-1 ball game. We'll be back here with the call at the bottom of the third in just a couple of moments. Grab ourselves a coffee and wake up and get the cobwebs out. So we'll be back here in just a moment. Hang tight. Here's our friend, Steve Rademacher, once again.
Domo arigato. Sorry if I mispronounced that. I'm new at this. Thank you for watching Last Raps Baseball. Tell all your friends and family to come check him out, ask some questions during the telecast, and give him a good sub and a thumbs up. And this is Steve coming back at you, and some new things on my channel. Star Wars figures that everybody likes. We have Mad magazines from the 1970s. We try to avoid the Noid. And for your pleasure, once in a while, we can open up Michael Jackson if you want, the cards. We have Elvis. We have Sadahar O. We love everything that is everything, so we even have the Beatles fighting with lightsabers. Look at that, John and George. Once in a while, we'll even have my brother take over my channel on a Tuesday. So once again, everybody tell your friends, come see Freddie at Last Raps Baseball. And right now, I'm going to kick it right back to you, Freddie.
Appreciate you there, Steve. As I'm trying to collect my thoughts at the top of the third inning, Masato Morishita is the right-hander that I really like for the Hiroshima Toyo Carp. He's going to be soon to be 25-year-old. And we think of different players that are prospects, or at least I think of as major league prospects, as we're back to the action here as a breaking ball is delivered to Alfredo Despania that he swings and misses on. The count is 0-1. He would be somebody in my mind that would also fit that bill. But I do watch this right-hander Sugiyama, and I really like what I see from him. There's a fastball that misses outside. I'd like to see him maybe a couple more times to be able to evaluate, but he really throws a heavy ball. There comes the 1-1 pitch. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 2-1 to Despania. Despania doubled and knocked a run in the first inning. He's 1 for 1 tonight. And here's the offering from the right-hander, and it is a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Alfredo Despania. Big fella here waits again, and it's the right-hander Takanaka continues to fall behind in the count. There's a fastball that runs inside for a called strike, and the count is 3-2. It'll be Akira Nakamura and Nobuhiro Matsuda to follow here in the inning. The right-hander rocks into the motion, and he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. As Nishikawa picks it up and he throws it back in, and that is going to be a leadoff single here for Despaigne. It's bad news for opposition pitching if he can get going. He's languished down in the low 200s. Got a late jump to the season this year. So he's aboard with a leadoff single, and that brings up the first baseman, Akira Nakamura. Nakamura walked his first time up, and he was stranded at second. Keep an eye on the Hawks bench. I'd be shocked if they were bunting in this situation. The big fella at first base, he doesn't run particularly well. But they may want to consider putting him in motion later in the at-bat, depending upon where it is. And again, Takanaka falls behind in the count with a fastball that misses low for ball one. So 1 ball and no strikes. And they do a proverbial step off and a fake the throw over, but Despaigne is going nowhere. Be a good question. When's the last time that Alfredo Despaigne has stolen a base in the NPB and there's a fastball taken for a called strike? And the count is now 1 ball and 1 strike to Nakamura. Despaigne has played in the NPB since 2014. And he had 3 stolen bases for Fukuoka back in the 2017 season. And has not done anything else other than that. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 2 balls and 1 strike to Nakamura. When you think of Alfredo Despaigne, when I look at him, he's got the same body type or a similar body type to Yermin Mercedes, who plays for the San Francisco Giants. I would think if Mercedes doesn't extend his career in the major leagues, he would be a candidate to come over to the Japanese league. There's a split finger pitch swung on and missed. And the count is now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Nakamura. I think of certain players that would probably fit in nicely over in Japan if they can't quite get it going over in North America. Mercedes would be one of those. There's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded foul just to the other side of the bag at first base, and that's going to keep the count at 2-2. There's a whole lot of factors that go into it. Did the players want to go? But certainly some of the players picking up and moving over. I know Justin Smoke last year had played for the Murray Giants. I wonder how it would have been a little bit different. They had a hard time getting his family in there. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to short. They flip it to second for 1, back to first, and it's not in time. And as the base runner, Nakamura, ran through the bag, he trips over the base and face planted himself right to the ground. And he's asked for time as the trainer has come out to check on him. It's going to be a fielder's choice. It's going to erase Despaigne at second for the first out. That's going to be a 6-4 putout. Our friend Mick is flashing some updates for us there. As while we have this little break, we are going to look at the out-of-town scoreboard. The Murray Giants have a 3-1 lead over the Yakult Swallows. That's in the bottom of the 4th inning. Yokohama Dana Bay Stars have a 2-0 lead over Chinichi. That's in the top of the 5th. The Hanshin Tigers are winning 3-0 over the Carp. That is in the bottom of the 4th inning. Other games in the Pacific League, Chiba have a 3-0 lead over the Lions. That's in the top of the 4th. So maybe a little unexpected there, the way that the Lions have been playing. And there's a fastball swung on. This is popped up down the right field line. It may be playable. Okajima's coming in. He makes the catch. And that is going to retire Nobuhiro Matsuda for the second out of the inning. That's going to leave it all up to the left fielder, Tetsuro Yanagamachi. So for Yanagamachi, he's 0 for 1 tonight. He flew up to the left fielder his first time up. The other score in the Pacific League is the Oryx Buffaloes and the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters are all tied at 1 right now. That's in the bottom of the 4th inning. So scoring all around the league. Here comes the first offering. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. It's going to reach the seats on the third base side of home plate. That's going to run the count to 0-1 to Yanagamachi. So the left-hander, right-hander ready to face the left-handed hitting Yanagamachi. There is a split-finger pitch that's waved on and missed, and the count is now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. I was making some comparisons and saying which arms would be potential prospects to come to Major League Baseball. And as I said, I like the looks of Sugiyama on the hill here. He's 24 years old. He'll be 25 after the season. There's a split-finger pitch that misses down, and the count is 1-2. Sugiyama this is his 8th start for the Hawks this year. But in terms of numbers, in terms of stuff, he's got the arm, but really doesn't have the pedigree to go with it. There's a breaking ball that misses inside. Count is now 2-2. Sometimes think of certain players that have come over to the big leagues from Japan. Hirano, the closer for the Buffaloes, is one in recent years. He was with the Diamondbacks and the Mariners. I also think about the current pitcher in Boston, Sawamura, the former Yomiuri Giant, having success. There's a fastball swung on it, is lifted to left field. It's going to get down in front of Nishikawa on the bounce. He's going to take it on one hop. That's going to hold Nakamura at second base. It's going to be a base hit there for Yanagamachi. And that is going to bring up the number 9 hitter in Takuya Kai. So the Hawks, yet again, have a runner in scoring position for the 3rd inning in a row. They scored the 2 runs in the 1st inning. Stranded runners in scoring position, 2 runners in the 2nd. And now they've got runners on 1st and 2nd with 2 outs here in the 3rd. So the Hawks have been all over the base paths here against the Golden Eagles. Just need another clutch hit or two to be able to start putting a run spread here on the Golden Eagles. So Kai steps up to the plate. He singled his first time up. He raised his season average up to 197. Here comes the offering from the right-hander Takanaka. It's a fastball that just misses low for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. Kai, no homers this year and 14 RBIs. The right-handed hitting catcher came off a pretty good season last year offensively. Sure, for him, by his standards, he hit 227, but he had 12 home runs. There's a split-finger pitch that misses down, and the count is 2-0. When you look at the numbers across the Pacific League, there is a power outage compared to their cousins in the Central League. I don't know if that's a cause of good pitching or not so good hitting, or if it's maybe something deeper than that. Maybe we have to look at the baseballs again. What's happening with the balls in the Pacific League versus that of the Central League? So here comes the 2-0 pitch. And Takanaka throws back over to second base and diving back in time as the base runner, as they had a daylight play with the shortstop Kobakata. So 2 balls and no strikes to Kai. As the right-hander is ready to face the right-hander again. Here comes the 2-0 offering. Takanaka checks the runner. Now he goes to work. He delivers it as a fastball swung on. This ball is hooked foul. It's going to reach the seats down the left field line. And a man in the second row on the other side of the netting makes a nice catch. He brings his glove to the park. Gets a round of applause from those around him, and that's going to run the count to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. The runner at second is Nakamura. The runner at first is Yanagamachi. Here comes the 2-1 offering to Kai. And he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on. It is popped up into shallow center field. Coming in underneath it is Tatsumi. He's going to make the catch. And that is going to do it here for the Hawks in their half of the inning. Well, there were runners stranded again. There were no runs. There was 2 hits. There were no errors and 2 left aboard. We are now through 3 complete. It is the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles trailing the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 2-1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back at the top of the 4th in just a couple moments after this from our friend Matt Hollis. Be sure after the game, go check out Matt. And he is a pretty entertaining guy from San Diego.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 7, 8, and 9 hitters coming to bat here for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles in the top of the 4th inning. That means it's going to be Daichi Suzuki, Agoro Moji, and Jinjiro Sumitani. So 7, 8, and 9 to come to bat. It is a 2-1 ball game. The Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles stranded 5 runners on base in the first 2 innings. Weren't able to get that clutch hit to bring home some more runs, but they did get the solo shot from Hiroki Shimochi in the top of the 3rd to cut into the Hawks' lead at 2-1. The first pitch fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 0-1 to Suzuki. Suzuki tonight is 0 for 1. He bounced into a fielder's choice his first time up, like he's ready to go up with the right hand. That pitch had just run off the outside corner. So here comes the 1-1 pitch. It's a fastball that misses down and away, and the count is now 2-1. 55 pitches through the 3 innings for the right-hander Sugiyama as he rocks into the motion. And he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on. This is lifted into left center field. And ranging over on it is the center fielder Yanagamachi. Or check that is Shudo who pulls that one in. As Yanagamachi was the left fielder that came into cover. And is going to retire Suzuki for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away. It's going to bring up the third baseman, Igoro Moji. For Moji, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He is grounded to the second baseman his first time up. Batting from the left side against the right-handed throwing Sugiyama. And here comes the first pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses down and in, and the count is 1-0. Moji's average is slipped to 242 on the season. He does have 5 homers now and 18 runs batted in. And here comes the offering from the right-hander. It's a fastball that is spiked up to the plate. The count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Moji has been around for a few years. He broke in 2016 with the Golden Eagles. He's 28 years old. Enjoyed a fine last couple of seasons, Golden Eagles, as he swings at a fastball and fouls it away, and that is going to run the count now to 2-1. Last year he hit 14 homers, which was a second highest total of his career. It's kind of interesting when you look at his stat line over the years. It's every other year he seems to have more power than others. There's a fastball swung on, and this is lifted foul down the third baseline. It's going to reach the seats beyond the netting, and that's going to keep the count now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. What I mean by that is his point in his career, it was in 2017, he hit 17 homers. He followed it up with 7. He hit 13 homers in 2019. He followed that up with 7 in 2020. And last year he hit 14 homers, and right now he is stuck on 5. And there's a split finger pitch swung on and missed. Moji is gone down on strikes for the second out of the inning. And that is going to leave it all up to the catcher, Jinjiro Simatani. So the veteran, much-traveled catcher comes to the plate. Simatani just recently turned 35. And with a number of teams, which is not something that you normally see from players in the NPB, there's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Usually they're with one club for the majority of their careers. And then after a certain point, they become domestic free agents. There's a fastball that misses down and in, and the count is now 1-1. There's a lot of loyalty that you see with the players to their teams in Japan. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 2-1. But over the course of his career, he's been with 4 different clubs. The majority of his career for Simatani was with the Saitama Seibu Lions. He was acquired in a trade last year with the Yomiuri Giants, and there's a fastball swung on it as pop foul. It's going to reach the seats behind home plate, and that's going to run the count to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Only took a while, but it seems like Sugiyama is now finally settling down a little bit. Even the last inning, when he gave up the home run to Shimochi, it was a much better inning for the right-hander. So here's the 2-2. It's a breaking ball that misses upstairs. The count now goes to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. So Simatani had to duck out of the way, but as he ducked out of the way, he almost ducked into the pitch. So here's the 3-2 pitch. Right-hander rocks into the motion and delivers. It's a fastball that misses upstairs. And Simatani tries to check his swing, but he couldn't hold up. And that is going to retire him for the 3rd out of the inning. So no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left aboard for the Golden Eagles in their half of the 4th inning. We're moving to the bottom of the 4th. It is a 2-1 Hawks lead. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments after this with the call of the bottom of the 4th inning. We're glad you guys could bounce in here with us tonight as we are on a roll now. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving now to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's going to be the top of the order coming up for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. That's Yukio Shudo, Hikaru Kawase, and Taisi Makihara. 1, 2, 3 hitters in the batting order. For Shudo tonight, he is 1 for 2. He's singled in 2 trips to the plate. He's also got a stolen base. Friend Mick jumps in. He says the Carp got 2 runs on the Tigers. I think it's a 3-2 ball game now, if I'm not mistaken, over there. As we'll take a peek in on that in just a couple moments. The Carp are trailing 3-2. They've responded with 2 runs of their own in the bottom of the 5th inning as the Tigers scored 2 on the top. There's a first pitch fastball swung on and fouled away. The count is 0-1 to shootout. The Murray Giants extended their lead on the Swallows to 3-1 as they scored in the top of the 4th inning. They were now in the bottom of the 5th. The Bay Stars have a 2-0 lead in the top of the 6th over Chinichi. As a breaking ball swung on, it is grounded softly over to second. Fielded by Asamura. He throws to first. It's going to retire Shuto in a ground out 4-3. He's gone for out number 1, and that's going to bring up Yakara Kawaisi. The Saitama Cebu Lions have scored in the bottom of the 4th inning. Cut in the Chiba lead. It's 3-1 now. Chiba scored 3 runs in the top of the 1st inning. As there is a split finger pitch swung on and missed. The count is 0-1 to Kawaisi. Kawaisi is 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out and he's walked and scored a run. There's a fastball swung on. This has popped up into shallow left field. Backing up on it is the shortstop Kobakata. Coming in is Nishikawa, but Kobakata is going to haul it in. He is going to retire Kawaisi for the second out of the inning. So 2 quick outs here in the 4th, and that's going to bring up the second baseman Taisi Makihara. The Fighters have scored a run in the top of the 5th inning to take the lead over the Buffaloes. It is 2-1 in the bottom of the 5th now. There's a breaking ball that just misses outside, and the count is 1-0 to Makihara. So all kinds of scoring, a lot of tight ball games around the NPB tonight. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Taisi Makihara. There's a fastball swung on. It is grounded over to short. Kobakata fields it. He throws to first. It's taken on a hop by Suzuki. A nice play by the first baseman. Again, his shortstop out of a pickle. That's going to go down as a ground out 6-3 for out number 3. And that is going to do it here in the 4th inning, as there were no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left aboard. The Hawks go quietly. We're moving to the top of the 5th inning. It is 2-1 Hawks. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the call after this. Another one of our Hall of Fame memories as we move to the top of the 5th. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving now to the top of the 5th inning. It is going to be the top of the batting order coming up for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. It'll be Haruki Nishikawa, Hirota Kobakata, and Hideto Asamura come to bat here to face the right-hander Sugiyama. Both of the starting pitchers only took them a bit, but it looks like they've finally settled down. So Nishikawa steps to the plate. He's been on base twice tonight. He's 1 for 1 and had a walk. Here's the first pitch. It is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Nishikawa waiting on the delivery here from the right-hander Sugiyama. It's a breaking ball that misses up and away, and the count goes even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Right-hander back to work again. He kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted foul into the seats down the third base line, and that's going to run the count now to 1-2. Does look like there's action in the Hawks bullpen as look like they're stretching out. I don't know how long they're going to go with this right-hander here. This may be his last inning of work, or when his pitch count will be limited to. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. As we said, Sugiyama has settled down quite a bit as he's been able to retire 7 of the last batters he's faced. 7 of the last 8 batters he's faced. Only the home run by Shimouchi has interrupted that. There's a split finger pitch swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. We'll be looking at the games around the NPB, and as we mentioned, tomorrow night we'll be back on the airwaves again at 10 o'clock Pacific or 1 o'clock Eastern, and there's a fastball swung on and missed. And Nishikawa is gone for out number 1, and that's going to bring up the shortstop, Hiroto Kobakata. So Nishikawa down on strikes. It's 3 strikeouts in a row now by Sugiyama. In my books, I've got him for 5 on the ball game now. He's started to settle into that groove. So Kobakata steps up to the plate. And here's the first pitch. It is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Kobakata singled in the first inning and struck out in the second. He's 1 for 2 tonight. He's lifted his average to 291 on the year. And there is a split finger pitch swung on and missed, and the count is 0-2. As we said, we'll be back on tomorrow, same time, same place. And on Saturday night, it'll be a 9 o'clock start. And the fastball swung on it is grounded to the left side of the infield past the diving third baseman. The shortstop basically fields it on the backhand, but it's going to be an infield hit. It's going to be the second hit of the ball game for Kobakata. As that ball had some eyes to get by the third baseman. Good attempt, diving attempt there by Matsuda. But he wasn't able to cut it off, and that's going to be an infield hit for Kobakata. He's now 2 for 3. It's going to bring up the second baseman, Hideto Asamura. So there is action now going on in the bullpen for the Hawks. As we said, there's going to be a little bit of movement. It's probably going to be the last inning for the right-hander as they throw over to first base, and diving back safely is Kobakata. So tomorrow night, 10 o'clock first pitch Pacific time, and then on Saturday evening, 9 o'clock for these same 2 teams. Here comes the offering from the right-hander. Kicks and delivers. It is a split finger pitch swung on and missed. The count now is no balls and 1 strike to Asamura. Last week we ended up doing a double header. The only way we would be able to do that would be in the event that the game on Saturday night would end early. But I don't know if that's going to be in the books. It would be a 1 a.m. Pacific time second end to be able to do that doubleheader of the Lions and the Marines. There is a split finger pitch that misses down, and the count is now 1-1. Basically need to have that game finish off no later than 12:15 to be able to prepare for it, but I don't think that's going to be in the books. Our friend Mick here says the Bay Stars are up 4-0 now. He says we're going to have to spice up last wraps. Yeah, possibly. As they throw over to first base and diving back in time. Mick says he's going to be cheering for his New York teams tomorrow. So 1 ball and 1 strike. And here comes the pitch. It is a split finger pitch swung on and missed. The count now goes to 1-2 on Asamura. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Last pitch was a split finger pitch as it had dove off the end of the table. I watched Sugiyama, the way he delivers. I like the way that he pitches from the windup. Not sure I really like the way that he throws from the stretch position. They throw over to first base, and getting back in time is Kobakata. Kobakata can run a little bit. He's a threat to be able to steal bases. He's on the season this year, he's got 15. So he establishes his lead, and again they throw over to first, and again diving back in time is Kobakata. This might be a situation for a strike him out, throw him out. So trying to get him into scoring position here. Kobakata will be 27 in September. And here's the pitch. It is a split finger pitch. It misses down. Kai drops the ball, but keeps it in front of him. That keeps the count at 2-2. The thing I really like about Kobakata is his bat control. As he's the runner at first base. I like the way that he's able to me, really fits into that 2 spot well. He's able to bunt. He's able to push runners along. Doesn't strike out a whole ton. And here comes the offering now to Asamura. Sugiyama delivers. It is a fastball that misses down and away, and that runs the count to 3-2. So now definitely keep an eye here on Kobakata. Let's see if they'll put him in motion. Hiroki Shimochi waits on deck. So here comes the 3-2 offering. Right-hander leans in. He gets the sign from his catcher, Kai. Asamura waggles the bat. And they throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner, Kobakata. 84 pitches here for Sugiyama, so as we said before, they have the action going. We may not be seeing him much past this 5th inning. So we can get through the 5th inning. So here comes the offering here to Asamura. He holds at the belt. He checks the runner, and now he delivers. And there is a split finger pitch that misses down. That's going to be ball 4. Asamura is going to draw himself a walk. So advance Kobakata over to second. It's going to bring the pitching coach and the manager out. And that looks like it is going to be it for the right-hander Sugiyama. As they are going over to give him the substitutions, that is going to be a pitching change. So hang tight, everybody. We'll be back here in just a couple moments. We have a pitching change coming up. As Fukuoka is going to the bullpen, that is it for their starter. We'll be back in just a couple moments with all the information after this.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Appreciate you, Steve. We have a pitching change coming up here. Stick around, everybody. We'll bring you all that information in just a moment. Hang tight. Welcome back, everybody. The Hawks are going to their bullpen, and it is going to be a pitching change here as the right-hander Sugiyama, who goes 4 1/3 innings. He's responsible for the runners that are at first and second right now. He's not going to be in line for the win. That'll be turned over to the relievers. So his day is done. We're just getting the information here of what the reliever is who's coming into the ball game. It is going to be Matsumoto, who is going to be taking over here, and it is Hiroki Matsumoto on the season. It's going to be his 24th appearance. He's 3-0 on the year. For 32 2/3 innings, he's allowed 30 hits, walked 9, and struck out 33. He's pitched to an ERA of 2.76. So Matsumoto is taking over as he'll be pitcher number 2 used here by the Hawks tonight. One thing that I'll be keeping an eye on here is the bullpen usage. Last night's ball game, they had to go 12 innings, did the Hawks, against the Fighters. That game ended up in a tie. So Matsumoto is in. Go back and take a peek last night at the ball game between the Fighters and the Hawks. As we said, it was a 3-3 tie in that one. Fukuoka last night used a number of pitchers. He used 9 arms in that ball game. Matsumoto did pitch. He threw the 6th inning. He allowed 1 hit, a walk, and 2 strikeouts. He came on in relief of Colin Ray. He went the first 5 last night. Then it was a pitching parade from there on out. So Matsumoto in a tough situation with 1 out and runners at first and second. There's the first pitch to Shimouchi. It's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0. So it'll be bullpen management to see how they go about their business here. They certainly need to get some innings eaten up by their starters. I was saying in one of the previous streams, the former pitching coach of the Chicago White Sox, Don Cooper, I saw him in Perrysburg, Ohio, a number of years ago, and he was talking about his rules of thumb on how he would manage his bullpens. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count is 1-1. And the art of managing the pitching, there's something to it there. 1 ball and 1 strike to Shimouchi. Shimouchi 2 for 2 today with the home run and the single, as he is facing the right-hander here, Matsumoto. But an art in managing the pitching staff. Usually what Cooper said he would do is if a reliever appeared in a game, say on a Monday, if he came back in on Tuesday, he wouldn't pitch at all or throw on the Wednesday. And then on the Thursday, if he didn't appear in the game, then he would probably throw a side session. So he wouldn't want to pitch his pitchers 3 days in a row. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 2-1. So usually if you didn't appear in a game, you were throwing a side, and if you did appear in a game, then you were always going to throw 2 out of every 3 days. I'm not saying that was the be-all and the end-all, but that was kind of his rule of thumb in operating with his bullpen. Be able to keep them fresh. So 2 balls and 1 strike. So the test will be on with the Hawks to see how they manage their arms over the next little bit. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed. The count is now 2-2 to Shimouchi. Our friend Mick says going to make him a special guest at some point. And we got a lot of people that are looking for guests. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Probably if we end up going the gambling route, maybe we would do that. Get Mick in here for all his picks. I checked out, I think it was Eric Cheng was in here a week or so ago, and they were talking about somebody called Tokyo Brandon. He used to have his own channel, and now he does. I can't remember the other channel that he's with, but I went over and checked him out. There's a fastball swung on it. It's chopped slowly down the first base line, but it is going to roll foul. It's going to keep the count at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Shimouchi. Laughing a little bit about how Tokyo Brandon would make his picks, and then he started to do something. I think it's Wager Talk, I think is the new channel that he's doing stuff with. He's been doing it for a year. He had about 12 or 1,300 subscribers on his channel. And he had a pretty good success rate in giving advice in the Japanese games. So the channel Wager Talk came over and scooped them up, and I think they've got about almost 100,000 subscribers. And he is their spokesman, their guy who picks the games. I think that would be kind of cool to do a whole season just to see how I would fare, or how you would fare. And there's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded through the 6 hole. It is slowed down by the third baseman, Nobuhiro Matsuda. It's picked up by the shortstop, who throws to second. And that's going to erase Asamura. It's going to be a 5-6-4 putout, because it went off the glove of the third baseman. He slowed it down, which was good. The shortstop picked it up, and they were able to retire Asamura on a fielder's choice. That's going to go down, as I said, 5-6-4 on the fielder's choice. It's going to advance Kobakata over to third. That's the second out of the inning, and that's going to bring up the right fielder, Takiro Okajima. So if the third baseman didn't slow that down, there was a chance that Kobakata might have scored all the way from second base. So a bit of unfortunate events there for the Golden Eagles, if you're a Golden Eagle fan. So runners are on the corners. There's 2 gone, and that brings up the right fielder, Okajima. He's 0 for 2 tonight with a ground out to short and a fly out to right field. And now holding at the belt is the right-hander, Matsumoto. He pauses, and he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0 to Okajima. As we mentioned, it would be kind of neat to see, just on these straight-up picks, no spreads, none of that stuff, to call an entire season, make predictions morning of who we would pick to win games, and see what we would fare. I think they said that Tokyo Brandon was somewhere in the 70% range, something like that. If you can get north of 70% on your picks, you're doing pretty good. Here comes the offering. It's a fastball that misses down and away, and the count is now 2-0. That's what I believe, at least anyways, when you're making your predictions. Even in the NFL pool, if without spreads, if you're up at 70% in the NFL, you're doing pretty good. So 2 balls and no strikes to Okajima. And here comes the offering from the right-hander, who kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball that misses up and away. The count is now 3-0. Especially when you look at certain sports or certain stuff, if you're looking at basketball or you're looking at hockey, those type of things where you pick teams on their back-to-back nights. Baseball, it's a little bit different because you have the pitching and the pitching staffs, and you got to make your evaluations on some of that. One of the harder parts about the Japanese is, if you're going to pick a game in the daytime, who you think is going to win, they don't really put out their batting order till less than an hour before the game. Here comes the pitch. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep center field. Moving back on it is the center fielder at the edge of the warning track. Is going to be hauled in by Shudo, and that is going to do it here for the Golden Eagles in the top of the 5th inning. So they had no runs in the inning. There was a hit. There was no errors, and they strand 2. We're now through 4.5. It is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 2, the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call for the bottom of the 5th inning in just a couple moments. We appreciate you guys being here with us. Here's another Japanese Hall of Fame memory. Welcome back, everybody. The starter, Ryota Takanaka, has completed his warm-up tosses, and he's ready to go back to work here in the bottom of the fifth inning. He's going to be facing the heart of the Fukuoka batting order. It's going to be Yuki Yanagita, Alfredo Di Spagna, and Akira Nakamura to face the right-hander. Yanagita is 0 for 1 tonight. As he kicks and delivers, does the right-hander Takanaka. It's a fastball that misses up and in for ball one, and the count is 1-0. Yanagita has popped out to third, and he walked and scored a run back in the first inning. There is a fastball that misses upstairs. The count is now 2-0. If you would have asked me in this one, I would have been shocked to see the right-hander Takanaka survive all the way to this part of the ball game. But he has settled down over the last couple innings, and here comes the offering here to Yanagita. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 3-0. But I would think that he doesn't have much of a long leash either, as he throws that baseball out of play. He wants a new one. Much like his counterpart, the starter Sugiyama left the ball game in after 4 1/3. There's a fastball swung on it, is lined past the glove of the first baseman into right field, and Yuki Yanagita is on with a leadoff single here in the fifth inning. So that will bring up the designated hitter, Alfredo Di Spagna. For Di Spagna, he is 2 for 2 today. He's got a single and a double. He's also driven in a run. So 2 for 2 for Di Spagna. He's batting from the right side against the right-hander Takanaka. He's raised his season average up to 242 now. So here comes the first offering to the big fella. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. He said he's in the twilight of his career. I don't know how many seasons he's got left in the NPB. And here comes the offering. Di Spagna is 36 years old. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. Began his NPB career with the Chibalote Marines back in 2014. And then he moved over to Fukuoka in 2017, and he's been with the Hawks for the last 6 years. And a couple of seasons where he had some really big numbers. He had 35 homers in 2017. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep right field, racing back and looking up, and this one is gone. A home run for Di Spagna. A 2-run shot. That's his third hit of the ball game, and that's going to bring home Yuki Yanagita ahead of him. And the Hawks have increased their lead to 4-1 here in the bottom of the fifth inning. An opposite field home run by Alfredo Di Spagna. We were just talking about how he is moving into the twilight of his career, but that's home run number 6. It's going to give him 12 RBIs on the season now, high fives all the way around. He has not played a full season since the 2019 season. He last hit 36 homers and drove in 88, but he is starting to show the old form and the productivity that he once had. Is still with him here tonight. Here comes the first offering to the left-handed hitting Akira Nakamura. It's a fastball that misses up and away for ball one, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. There's a breaking ball that misses upstairs, and the count is now 2-1. They got 2 balls and 1 strike. We must have missed a pitch in here somewhere to Nakamura, as Takanaka is going back to work again. He delivers it as a fastball that misses low, and now the count is 3-1. So in all that celebration and all that information that we're given on Di Spagna, somewhere missed a strike to Nakamura. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. There's a fastball swung on, and this ball is belted to deep right field. And this ball is looking up, and this ball is gone. A home run for Nakamura. They've gone back-to-back jacks here in the fifth inning. And Nakamura has got himself a solo shot. That's going to be his third of the year. And the Hawks have extended their lead to 5-1 over the Eagles. So there's certainly not a power outage here. If the folks are jumping in, we usually on the weekend, we get our late night gamblers that come in and they're listening for the overs and the unders, but the 3-run uprising here in the top of the 5th inning. We've got the Hawks ahead now 5-1. And Takanaka, who was looking like he had settled down in the 4th inning as he had a quick inning, has seen an offensive explosion blow up in his face here in the bottom of the 5th, and that is going to be it. As the Eagles are going to the bullpen, maybe 3 batters a bit too late. So hang tight, everybody. We got a pitching change on our hands. It is now 5-1 for the Hawks here in the bottom of the 5th inning. There's nobody out, and we are going to the bullpen. We'll be back here in just a couple moments with that pitching change for you.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and your support of the channel, and we in turn support Steve Rademacher. Be sure to check him out after the game. We do have a pitching change for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. It's going to be Ryota Ishibashi that's coming into the ball game. Ishibashi, he's working in his 22nd game of the year. He's got a 2-0 record. He has 25 2/3 innings under his belt. He's allowed 21 hits. He has also walked 8 and struck out 13, and he's got an earned run average of 3.86. He is going to take over here as the second pitcher used tonight by the Golden Eagles. So Ryota Ishibashi is in, a second right-hander to pitch tonight for the Golden Eagles. So Ishibashi has completed his warm-up tosses, and he's going to be facing the 7, 8, and 9 hitters in the batting order. It's going to be Nobuhiro Matsuda coming to bat. And it'll be Yanagamachi and Kai to follow. So 5-1 as the Hawks have blitzed the Eagles for 3 runs here in the top of the 5th inning. And here comes the first offering to Matsuda. It's a first pitch fastball that misses inside for ball 1, and the count's 1-0. Matsuda tonight is 1 for 2. He singled and knocked the run in the first inning and flew out to right. He was hit by a, not hit by a pitch, almost hit by a pitch, but as there was a fastball swung on and missed, and the count's 1-1. In the first inning, it was an infield single with 2 out. It was a real hustle single by Matsuda to get down the line, as there was a short ground ball or a choppy ground ball to the shortstop. Kobakata had to charge it, throw on the run, and he couldn't retire him, and that ended up being the second run for the Hawks. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep right center field. Moving back on it is the center fielder, Tatsumi. He makes the catch. Matsuda is going to be gone for the first out of the inning, so that'll bring up the left fielder, Tatsuro Yanagamachi. So for Yanagamachi, he is 1 for 2 today. He singled his last time up. He's also flown out to left field. So pats on the back for Matsuda. So it looks like Matsumoto, the reliever, is going to come back in for his second inning of work. Why not? Got to give some guys a rest over there, as it looked like they used the whole staff last night. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0 to Yanagamachi. Yanagamachi's raised his average up to 288. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It is grounded over to first. Taken neatly by Suzuki. He's going to take it himself and step on the bag, and that is going to retire Yanagamachi for the second out of the inning. So 2 away, and that's going to bring up the catcher, Takuya Kai. So for Kai, he's 1 for 2 tonight. He singled his first time up, and he flew to center field his last time. That's from the right side against the right-hander Ishibashi. There's a first pitch, split finger pitch that misses down and in, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Takuya Kai. So the right-handed stick waiting on the offering here from Ishibashi. Holds at the chest, and now he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball that misses inside, and the count is now 2-0. Curious to see how the Golden Eagles manage the rest of this game with their arms as well. There's the old adage, sometimes you got to lose a game to win 2. Or sometimes you got to lose 2 to win 1, depending on what your team is all about. So you don't want to blow your whole staff apart over the course of a couple of games. Then you might lose a whole bunch. There's a fastball swung on. This is belted foul down the left field line. It's going to reach the seats. It's going to run the count now to 2-1 on Takuya Kai. Our friend Mick says he's got the 7th inning stretch at work. Yeah, well, we're going to be in our halftime here almost. I like to call it our Japanese halftime after the 5th inning as they take the extended break. There's a fastball that catches the inside corner. Takuya Kai sure didn't like the call on that one. That's going to run the count to 2-2. Well, Kai, the catcher, would know best. I didn't like the way that ball was received by Simatani. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kai waggles the bat. And here comes the offering. It's a fastball swung on. It is grounded over to short. Kobakata fields it. He throws to first, and that is going to do it. But there was damage done, and lots of it here in the 5th inning. For the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks, they had 3 runs in the inning. There were 3 hits. There were no errors, and nobody left aboard. The 2 home runs, the 2-run shot by Despania, and the solo shot by Nakamura have done the damage. As the Hawks now have a 5-1 lead. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the top of the 6th inning in a couple of moments. As we said, it is the extended break here after the 5th. As they're going to come out and do a little bit of field maintenance and some other stuff as well. Hang tight. We'll be right back.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to be going now to the top of the 6th inning. We'll take a quick peek at that out-of-town scoreboard once again, as there are games all around the NPB tonight. It is a full slate of games after we had a couple of rainouts yesterday. We're in the Central League. The Central League in the top of the 7th inning, it's the Murray Giants with a 3-1 lead over the Occult Swallows. As Murray is batting in the top of the 7th inning. In the bottom of the 7th inning, the Yokohama Bay Stars have a 4-2 lead over the Chinichi Dragons. Chinichi got a couple of runs back. In the bottom of the 6th inning. In the top of the 7th inning, it is a 3-2 lead for the Hanshin Tigers over the Hiroshima Carp. And then in the other games in the Pacific League, Chipolote Marines have a 3-2 lead over the Saitama Cebu Lions. The Lions have done the damage in late in that series against Oryx, so keep your eye on that one there. Chiba got 3 in the first inning, and it's been quiet after that. The Oryx Buffaloes, with 4 in the bottom of the 6th, now have a 5-2 lead over the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. That is where we stand. It looks like Nobuhiro Matsuda's day is done. There is a new third baseman for the Hawks. We'll get you that in just a couple moments. And we do have a pitching change, as it is going to be the right-hander on the hill. It is going to be Arata Shino, who is taking over here for the Hawks as he delivers a first pitch. Breaking ball outside to Tatsumi for ball 1. It's Tatsumi, Suzuki, and Moji here to face the right-hander in the 6th inning. And here comes the offering. It is a breaking ball that misses, and the count is now 2-0. So Shino is the third pitcher now used by the Hawks tonight. So 2 balls and no strikes to Tatsumi. Hitter holds set at the belt. Now he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 3-0. That last pitch there was at 93 miles an hour. Right-hander is appearing in his 15th game. He's got no record this year. He's worked 19 and a third innings. He's allowed 14 hits. He's walked 9. He has struck out 17. He's got an ERA of 1.40. This is his 4th year with the Hawks at the NPB level. There's a fastball that this is down and away, and that is going to be ball 4. None of those pitches particularly, well, 3 of the 4 pitches did not miss by much. And that is going to bring in the shortstop, Kawase, who's going to come in and have a chat with the young right-hander. I say young right-hander, he's 26 years old. I guess to me he's young, and maybe to some of our listeners, as young as some of us are these days. Our friend Mick says his work is almost over for the night. Never asked really Mick what he does, what type of industry or where he's working, where he's doing the graveyard stuff. I know we have our friend Vivid Life. We get a lot of people who work in the hotel industry that listen in. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. Haven't seen Vivid Life for a couple nights. He might be working on the weekends. He usually checks in on us and bounces in. So 1 ball and no strike to Suzuki. That's 5 in a row now delivered by the right-hander Shino, and Takuya Kai has come out to the mound to have a chat with the right-hander. Got to throw strikes. Can't defend the walk. You got to be able to make these guys, make the hitters find a way on base by swinging the bats. But with that being said, I think the Hawks are got their bullpen on high alert. So here comes the pitch. It is a fastball, and that misses outside. The count is now 2-0. So 6 balls in a row from the right-hander. I would have to think if he walks Suzuki, it'll be a beeline to the mound by the pitching coach. Anything to be able to stall to get the bullpen going. Yet again. So here we go. 2 balls and no strikes. Shino holds at the belt, and he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses outside. It's now 3-0. So 7 consecutive balls to start the top of the 6th inning is not what the Hawks had ordered up here, as they made their call to the bullpen. And so 3-0 here to Daichi Suzuki. And there's looks of concern in the bench. And they do have pitchers up and throwing. They've got a right-hander throwing in the bullpen now. And here comes the 3-0 pitch. There's a fastball that catches the outside corner, and it's now 3-1. But I think if I'm Suzuki, I'm going to plant the bat on my shoulder and make this right-hander throw you another strike. So lots of action. There's a right-hander and a left-hander up and throwing now for the Hawks. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Suzuki. Here comes the offering. Shino kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that catches the inside corner, and the count now goes to 3-2. So now he's gone from missing to painting corners. It was a nice pitch there by the right-hander Shino, a little backdoor run on the fastball. So 3-2 to Suzuki. The runner at first is Tatsumi. There's nobody out here in the top of the 6th inning. The right-hander Shino holds at the belt. Now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is hit to deep left center field. Moving over underneath it is the center fielder Shudo. He makes the catch. That is going to retire Suzuki for the first out of the inning. So I'll bring up the third baseman Igoro Moji. Suzuki knew as soon as he swung, he just missed it. Just got underneath it a little bit. A deep fly ball to center field. It raced him for the first out as Moji steps to the plate. Moji tonight is 0 for 2. He is grounded to second and struck out in his 2 trips to the plate. His average has dipped to 240. He's got those 5 homers and 18 runs batted in. And here comes the first pitch from Shino, who kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses down for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. So he's fallen behind on all 3 hitters that he's faced as the right-hander for the Hawks. One would have to think that he is not going to be around much longer if he allows Moji to get on base. So here comes the 1-0 pitch. There's a fastball swung on and missed, and the count is now 1-1. They have the 5-alarm blaze, and the bells are ringing with the arms that are up in the bullpen. Also, too, nothing worse when you put up some runs in an inning and then your pitchers come back out and they let up some runs in the next. Got to go out and put up a 0. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. You want to be able to maintain that momentum. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Moji. The catcher, Simatani, waits his turn on deck. So here comes the 2-1 offering. As Shino holds at the belt, he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. The count is now 2-2. I don't think I've seen a breaking ball from Shino yet. There's one right there as he drops it right in across, and the count is now even to Moji. Locked Moji up. Kind of locked the umpire up, and it locked me up because we didn't expect that at 2-1. So here comes the 2-2 offering. Right-hander leans in. He gets his sign from the catcher, Kai. Now he works set from the belt. And he kicks and fires. It is a fastball that misses down. A good stop by the catcher, Kai. Going to run the count to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. So the right-hander leans in. He gets his sign from his catcher, Kai. Moji waits on the offering, and here comes the 3-2 delivery. And he kicks and fires. It's a fastball swung on and missed. And Moji is down on strikes for the second out of the inning. That's a big strikeout for Shino. As he swung through that fastball, it was on the outer part of the plate. Moji couldn't catch up with it. He is gone for out number 2, and that's going to bring up the catcher, Jinjiro Sumatani. So for Sumitani, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He has struck out and walked. He bats from the right side against the right-handed throwing Shino. Shino holds at the belt. Here comes pitch number 17 of the inning. He kicks in, fires. There's a fastball that swung on and missed, and now the count is 0-1. Now Shino has settled in. He's had an account for the first time in the 4 hitters he's faced. So no balls and 1 strike to Sumitani. He's trying to get on to turn it over to the top of the order. So here comes the 0-1 pitch. Shino holds set. He delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It is grounded. That's going to get up the middle into center field. Stopping at second base is going to be Tatsumi. So that's going to put runners at first and second, and it's going to bring the top of the order up, and that is going to bring the manager out of the dugout for the Hawks as he has seen enough. Shino's night is going to be done. They are going to bring in the bullpen arm to face the top of the order, Nishikawa. So hang around, everybody. We'll be back in just a moment. We do have another pitching change coming up here for the Hawks as they are going to the bullpen with that 5-1 lead. Be right back, everybody. Here is our friend Steve again. Steve Rademacher.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OP-Chi baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Appreciate you there, Steve. It's going to be Shinya Kayami, a lefty, coming in as he is coming on in relief for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. The left-handed pitcher is working in his 32nd game this year. He's got no record on the year. It's worked 15 and a third innings. He's allowed 9 hits, walked 8, and struck out 12. He's got an ERA of a 1.17. And with the Hawks his entire career, the 32-year-old began his career back in 2012. It's his 11th season in a Fukuoka uniform. So he is completing his warm-up tosses as Shino is done for the day. Comes in a tough situation here as he's got the top of the order. And Haruki Nishikawa coming to the plate with 2 on and 2 out. Nishikawa today is 1 for 2. He's got a single. He was erased as he was thrown out at the plate in the first inning. He's also struck out and walked, so he's been on base twice tonight. So the runner at second is Tatsumi. The runner at first is Sumitani. And here comes the left fielder Nishikawa. Nishikawa on the season has seen his average raised tonight to 228. And here comes the first pitch. It is a fastball taken at the knees for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. You know, when you think of Nishikawa, he was the player of the month for March, April in the Pacific League. And got off to a really hot start with the Golden Eagles, and then he really fell off the face of the earth in the months of May and June. He started to pull it together a little bit in July. But here comes the offering. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is now no balls and 2 strikes. So Kayama is way ahead. He's come in and he's doing his job throwing strikes. As a reminder, we said we will be back on the airwaves again tomorrow, 10 o'clock Pacific, 1 a.m. Eastern time, as we will do these same 2 teams again. We'll stay with this entire series from the PayPay Dome. So here's the 0-2 pitch. There's a fastball that misses off the outside corner. The count is now 1-2. Good pitching there by Kayama to give a different look. Wouldn't be surprised if he pounded him inside right now. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lefty versus lefty matchup. And here comes the pitch, but it looks like they're going away again. And it is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Nishikawa. Base hit here you think would definitely score Tatsumi. He runs pretty good from second base, the center fielder. So a single would score him, but I would say anything other than a double, probably even a double, I don't think would score Simatani from first. But we'll have to see what happens. Here comes the pitch. It's a fastball that misses way outside. The count is now 3-2. So the runners are going to be on the move here. That changes the dynamic a bit. If Nishikawa hits an extra base hit with the runners on the move, I think Simatani could score all the way from first. It is Hiroto Kobakata who waits his turn on deck. So 2 on and 2 away. And here comes the offering from the left-hander, who holds at the belt. Kayama kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away. Keeps the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So lefty Kayama gets himself a new baseball, and he's ready to go back at it again. The runners on base are the responsibility of the reliever Shino. They'll both be charged to him if they end up scoring. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. The lefty gets his sign from his catcher, and he's ready to go back to work here as he holds at the belt. Now he kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted down the right field line. Coming in on it is Yanagita. He's got time and space. He makes the catch. And that is going to do it for Nishikawa as he is out for out number 3. So the Hawks survive a bullet. They dodge a bullet. There is no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left aboard. That is now 9 runners left aboard for the Golden Eagles tonight through their 6 innings. We'll be back here in just a couple moments, everybody, with the call at the bottom of the 6th. Glad you guys could bounce in here with us tonight. Whether you listen live or on delay, it's always a pleasure to be able to give you guys the information on the ball game. We'll be right back after this. Our friend Dave.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for checking out the game and Last Raps Baseball. This is Dave, Zero Thought Sports Cards. If you like pack openings, baseball, all that good stuff, check us out. Drop a comment on our channel this month to win a mystery pack of cards. All you gotta do is say Last Rap sent you to be entered. And we'll drop a video later on this month announcing the winner. Enjoy the game.
Appreciate you, Dave, and the support you give to our channel. And in turn, we support Dave. Be sure to check him out after the game. We'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you guys for being here with us. Welcome back, everybody. We're moving to the top of the 6th inning. It is going to be the top 3 hitters in the batting order coming up for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. That means it's going to be Yukio Shudo, Hikaru Kawase, and Taisi Makihara. So 1, 2, 3 in the batting order here as we're ready to resume the action. Shudo today is 1 for 3. He's got a single in 3 trips to the plate. Your right-hander Shibashi is still on the mound here for beginning his 2nd inning of work. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Right-hander came on in relief of the starter Takanaka back in the 4th inning. There is a fastball that misses down and in, and the count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. So the right-hander holds at the belt. Now he's ready to deliver again. Here comes the pitch from Ishibashi. It's a fastball that catches the lowest part of the strike zone at the knees, and the count is 2-1. Not sure if I'm Shudo. I agree with that pitch. Don't have the K zone like they do in the major leagues, and I'd say if that was on the K zone, it was probably low, and there's a fastball that misses outside. The count goes to 3-1 on Shudo. Looked like Ishibashi had lost his footing there. So 3 balls and 1 strike. And here's the pitch. It's a fastball that misses off the outside corner, and that is going to be ball 4. Shudo is aboard with a walk here, and that is going to bring up the shortstop, Hikaru Kawase. So Kawase is coming to the plate. He is 0 for 2 today. He's struck out, he's popped a short, and he's walked and scored a run. So Shudo is the runner at first base. He establishes his lead. Sure enough, we're wondering if Kawase was going to be in a bunt situation. That's exactly what he's going to be doing. He's already squared here. They throw over to first, and diving back in time is the runner, Shudo. Shudo is a threat to steal. He's got 9 stolen bases on the year. He can run. That is the most in the lineup tonight for the Hawks, other than Taisi Makihara, who's got 10. And again, they throw over to first, and again, diving back in time is the base runner, Shudo. They are concerned over there. They want to keep them close. The Hawks are looking to pad to their lead here, as they're up 5-1 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Shibashi holds at the chest, and he kicks and delivers. They squared a bunt, and it's a fastball taken for a called strike. Kawase had squared the bunt. He pulled back, and the pitch was on the outer part of the plate, taken for the called strike. One would expect it's still going to be on, as they've got Moji in at third base. So the runner at first is Shudo. 1 strike to the hitter, Kawase here. Nobody out in the top or bottom half of the 6th inning. And here comes the 0-1 offering. And it is bunted. It's a good one. And it's back to the pitcher, but it's going to do his job, as it's going to advance the runner over to second. It's going to go down as a sacrifice, 1-4 to erase Kawase. That's going to put Shudo into scoring position. That is going to bring up the second baseman, Taisi Makihara. So for Makihara tonight, he is 0 for 3. He's grounded to second, he's grounded to short, and he's struck out looking. And he is coming to bat here with the runner at second and 1 gone. Most of the damage has come from the middle part of the batting order tonight for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. Makihara has not gotten in on the action yet. So here comes the first offering. As the right-hander holds set, Shibashi checks the runner at second, and now he delivers. It is a fastball that misses down and away. And the count is 1-0. Shibashi's been sitting around 91, 92 miles an hour. He's been getting the ball up to the plate pretty good. As we said, he came on in relief in the 4th inning of the starter Takanaka. He was able to retire all 3 batters that he faced in the 5th. So here comes the 1-0 pitch. Checks the runner at second, and now he delivers. It's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Just as a reminder, we're going to be calling all the games in this series. Tomorrow night, we'll be back at it at 10 o'clock Pacific or 1 a.m. Eastern. Then on Saturday, for the Sunday game in Japan, it'll be 9 o'clock Pacific or midnight Eastern if you're in North America. So 2 balls and no strikes. Ishibashi checks the runner and he delivers. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 3-0. So 3 balls and no strikes. Yuki Yanagita is waiting his turn on deck. So 3-0 to Makihara. The runner at second is Shudo. And here comes the offering here from Ishibashi. He checks the runner, and now he delivers. It is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is now 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Makihara. Shibashi again ready to go at it here with the left-handed hitting Makihara. And now he steps off the backside of the rubber. He's going to reset himself. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Hawks are looking to try to put this one away as they've got that 4-run lead, the runner at second, and here's the pitch. It's a split-figure pitch that swung on and missed, and that's going to run the count to 3-2. Makihara might want that one back because that was ball 4 for sure. He swung right through. It wasn't even close. He was waving at that thing. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Shibashi gets the sign from his catcher, Simatani, and he's ready to do it again. Here comes the 3-2 offering. He holds set. Checks the runner at second. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on. It is grounded up the middle. Fielded by Kobakata as he ranges to his left. He throws to first. Makihara is going to be erased, but that is going to advance the runner, Shudo, over to third with 2 gone, and that will bring up the right fielder, Yuki Yanagita. For Yanagita tonight, he is 1 for 2. He's got a single. He's got a walk. He's scored a couple of runs. He's also popped out to the third baseman as the catcher, Simatani, has gone out to the mound to have a talk with his right-hander. Just a couple other updates. The Murray Giants have a 8-1 lead now over the Colt Swallows. That's in the bottom of the 8th inning. 5 runs in the top of the 7th by the Giants. Pushed them up to that 8-1 lead. It's in the top of the 9th. The Bay Stars are leading the Dragons 4-2. Their game in the Central League, it's a 3-2 lead for the Tigers over the Carpets in the bottom of the 8th inning. So here we go back to the action. It's a fastball that misses outside to Yanagita, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. The other games in the Pacific League, the Buffaloes are leading 5-2 over the Fighters. That's in the top of the 9th. So here comes the 1-0 pitch. There's a fastball swung on and missed. The count is now 1-1. The Marines are still clinging to a 3-2 lead against the Lions. That's in the top of the 8th inning in Saitama. And that is all the other action from around the league. So here comes the 1-1 pitch. It's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Yanagita. Gets everybody caught up on the out-of-town scoreboard. So 2 balls and 1 strike. The crowd is chanting for their home side here to try to extend this lead. Here's the 2-1 offering. It's a fastball that misses well off the plate. The count is now 3-1. Alfredo Despania waits his turn on deck. He's done most of the damage tonight for the Hawks as he's driven in 3 and scored 1 himself. He's accounted for 4 of the 5 runs. They don't want to let him come to bat again as he's swinging the hot stick. So here comes the 3-1 pitch. As they kick and deliver, it's a fastball swung on. This ball is grounded to second. Fielded by Asamura. He throws to first, and that is going to retire Yanagita on a ground out 4-3, and that is going to do it here in the 6th inning for the Hawks. There was no runs. There were no hits, no errors. There was a runner left aboard. We are now through 6 complete. It is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 5, the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the call just after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters in the batting order coming up for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles in the top of the 7th inning. Hiroto Kobakata, Hideto Asamura, and Hiroki Shimochi. And they are going to be facing a new pitcher for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks as another right-hander is coming into the ballgame. The right-hander is going to be Yuki Samori. This is his 3rd year with the Hawks. He is working in his 36th game. He's got 4 wins and 5 losses. He's worked 31 innings. He's allowed 23 hits. He's walked 18 and struck out 36, and he's got an ERA of 2.61. Yuki Samori is in to take over here. He is going to be the 5th pitcher used by the Hawks tonight. And he is on in relief. Another pitching parade like last night. Last night's game ended up going 12 innings. As we said, they used 9 pitchers last night in the ballgame. So Kobakata steps to the plate. He is 2 for 3 today. He's got a couple of singles in his 3 trips. He's also struck out. And here's the first pitch from Samori. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Kobakata. Samori gets the sign from his catcher, Kai, and he's ready to go back to work. Here comes the 0-1 offering. As he kicks and he delivers, it is a fastball that misses off the outside corner, and the count is 1-1. Drives me crazy a little bit when I watch pitchers, and this would be one of them here. Samori, he comes set, and he looks right toward third base. Then he checks toward the plate, and when he goes to the leg lift, he looks away, and then he picks up the catcher late. There is a breaking ball that misses outside. The count is now 2-1. So it's like he picks up the target, he looks away, and then he picks up the target again. Well, it's hard to do when you're in that motion. You're going to have to lock yourself in. Even at this top level of professional baseball, he looks away as he lifts his leg, and now he delivers. And there's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Kobakata. So the right-hander leans in, and he comes set at the belt. And here comes the 3-1 offering. As he kicks and he delivers, it is a fastball that misses off the outside corner, and that is going to be ball 4. And Kobakata's got himself a leadoff walk here in the 7th inning, and that's going to bring up the second baseman, Hideto Asamura. So for Asamura tonight, he is 0 for 2. He bounced into a fielder's choice in the 1st inning. And then he is also grounded to short and walked. It was also erased on a fielder's choices last time up. He is the number 2 home run hitter in the Pacific League. And here comes the pitch. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Asamura can provide some instant offense as needed. He leads the Golden Eagles with 60 runs batted in. He's having a nice bounce-back campaign. Or I would consider a bounce-back campaign from last year. And there's a fastball swung on it, missed, and the count is now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Asamura. That last pitch from the reliever Samori, that was more low 3/4 arm action, and the ball kind of tailed a little bit inside. So here comes the 0-2 pitch. As he kicks and delivers, it is a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep right center field. Racing back on the warning track and making the catch on the run is Shudo. Kobakata is going to have to return back to first base. Asamura sent it for a ride, but just not far enough. Is going to retire Asamura for the first out of the inning, and that is going to bring up the designated hitter, Hiroki Shimochi. Well, for Shimochi, he is 2 for 3 tonight. He's singled, he's homered, and he's bounced into a fielder's choice. That home run back in the 3rd inning was a solo shot with 1 gone. So he's at the plate here with the runner at first and 1 gone. Here comes the offering from Samori. He kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Golden Eagles are snake bitten tonight. They've stranded 9 runners aboard in their first 6 innings. Just haven't had that clutch hit. There's a breaking ball swung on it as tap foul over on the first base side, and the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Shimochi. Samori gets himself a new baseball. He rubs it up, and he's ready to go back at it here. So here comes the 0-2 offering to Shimochi as he holds set. And now he kicks and fires. That's a fastball swung on. It is popped up over on the third base side, racing over, but watching it sail into the seats is the Fukuoka third baseman. It's going to keep the count at no balls and 2 strikes. As we said, Nobuhiro Matsuda was the third baseman. It is Nomura who has now come in to replace him over at third base. And he will replace him in the batting order at the same spot. So here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 1-2 to Shimochi. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Our finals now starting to trickle in the NPB as it is a final in Osaka as the Buffaloes beat the Fighters 5-2. Their games are in the 9th inning in the Central League, so some of those games will be coming to an end here soon. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Shimochi. He waits on the offering here from the right-hander Samori, who holds at the belt. And now he kicks and fires. It is a breaking ball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2. This game here is the only game that is in the 7th inning. It has been a bit of a dirge pace in this one. As we said, all the games in the Central League are in the 9th inning. The other game that's still going on in the Pacific League, it's in the bottom of the 8th as the Lions are trying to do what they've been doing, and that's to make a comeback against the Chibalote Marines. They're down 3-2, and it might get a little harder if Roberto Osuna comes in to pitch the 9th for the Marines. As there's a breaking ball that misses up and away to Shimochi, and the count is now 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. The runner at first is Kobakata. It is 1 gone, and Shimochi at the plate here. He's battled all the way back. It is Takeru Okajima who waits his turn on deck. So here comes the 3-2 offering to the left-handed hitting Shimochi. Samori waits. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away. And the count remains at 3-2. This is going to be the 9th pitch of the at-bat coming up for Shimochi. I've talked about this before and time and again. If you listen to our streams, whenever we do the Golden Eagles, I really enjoy watching Shimochi hit. He's just a consummate professional hitter at the plate. He's very good plate discipline, battles the pitchers, works the counts. So here comes the 3-2 pitch. And it is delivered. It is a breaking ball again, swung on and again fouled away. And the count remains at 3-2. As we said before, Shimochi is a consummate professional at the plate. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the 3-2 offering. And it is a fastball swung on. This ball is belted to deep right field. Looking back and looking up, and this one is gone. A 2-run homer for Shimouchi. As it's his second home run of the night. It is a 2-run shot. And that is going to cut into the lead. It's now going to be 5-3 for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks over the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. So the Golden Eagles are not dead yet, as they are now down by 2 here in the 7th inning, and that's going to bring up the right fielder Takeru Okajima. So all the runs tonight, with 2 home runs by Shimouchi. He's got all 3 runs driven in. He was right on time with the pitch. And just as I was talking about singing his praises, as he was fouling pitch after pitch after pitch off, he was able to deposit that one into the right field seats. Lots of fun to watch that guy hit. And, you see that sometimes at different levels. I remember getting a chance to watch when Anthony Rizzo was with the Cubs a couple of years ago, just watching him hit. Just very, 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 very disciplined at the plate, and so is Shimouchi. And then when he gets a good pitch, he puts good swings on it. So now that brings Okajima to the plate. And here comes the first pitch. It is a breaking ball that catches the outside corner, and the count is 0-1. I'd almost have to approach it for the Golden Eagles as survival here. They want to be able to get to their 8th and 9th inning, guys. If they can get through this inning, the needle is going to help them be able to do it. And there's a fastball swung on. It's lined into center field. Okajima's got his first hit of the ball game, and that is going to keep the conga line going here for the Golden Eagles in the 7th inning. That is the 3rd Eagle to reach base, and there is concern in the Fukuoka dugout as they are on the phone to the bullpen, as there is action going. And that's going to bring up the center fielder, Ryosuke Tatsumi, but it's also going to bring the manager out of the Hawks dugout. We're going to see yet another pitching change. And so that is going to do it for Samori. His night is done, as he can't do the job here for the Hawks. We got a call to the bullpen, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments. We appreciate you guys for checking in. Our friend Mick is still with us, and everybody else who's been listening in, we appreciate you here. Hang tight. Here's our friend Steve again.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OP-Chi baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Appreciate you there, Steve. We have another pitching change. It's going to be Kaisuke Izumi coming in, the right-hander for the Hawks. Taking over here, it's going to be his 5th appearance of the year. He's worked 4 2/3 innings. He's allowed. We've got him for how many hits here he's allowed? He's allowed 3 hits. He has walked none and struck out 5. He's got an ERA of 3.86. He takes over here in relief of Samori. This is going to be the 6th pitcher used by the Hawks tonight. So it is going to be the right-hander. It's his 4th year with the big club. Youngster is 25 years old. Kaisuke Izumi now taking over. So to set the stage here, the Eagles were down 5-1 entering the inning here. It was a leadoff walk to Kobakata. After Asamura flew out, Hiroki Shimouchi has hit a 2-run homer. That's cut the lead to 5-3. Takeru Okajima is the runner at first as he has just hit a single. There's 1 gone, and that's going to bring Ryosuke Tatsumi to the plate. Tatsumi tonight is 1 for 2. He has a single. He struck out looking, and he has walked. He's been on board twice. So the center fielder waiting on the first offering here from the right-hander Izumi. Izumi throws over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner, Okajima. Looks like we're going to be here for a while, so if you want to go grab a coffee, stay with us because this game's got a lot of life left in it. So 5-3 is the scoreline here with the one out, and the pitcher Izumi holds set. And he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is now 0-1. So no balls and one strike to Tatsumi. Tatsumi does run well, so he'll be a tough guy to double up on the base paths. He is going to be followed by Daichi Suzuki, who waits his turn on deck. So the right-hander leans in. He gets the sign from his catcher. He checks the runner over at first. And now he comes set. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. It is a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 0-2 on Tatsumi. So no balls and two strikes. We're now past the 5 a.m. hour on the west coast of North America. But it is going to be 8 in the morning on the east coast. So for those of you who are checking in, so our friend Mick says, Hanshin, Danan, the KBO Giants are all up for him. There's a breaking ball swung on and tap foul. And the count is going to remain at 0-2. Who's your other group there, Mick? As he's chiming in with what his picks are. The Murray Giants have pretty much run away and hit on the Yakult Swallows as it is 9-1 in the bottom of the ninth inning. So here comes the 0-2 offering as Tatsumi waits on the delivery from the right-hander. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and missed. And Tatsumi is retired on strikes for the second out of the inning. And that is going to leave it up to the first baseman, Daichi Suzuki. It is 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth inning as the Bay Stars are leading the Dragons. Dragons do have a runner on. With the 2 away there, and so that game is nearing its finale. It's the top of the ninth inning with the Tigers leading the Carp 3-2. The Tigers are threatening. They've got 2 on and only 1 out. So here comes the offering here to the Daichi Suzuki. It's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is now 1-0. While the Saitama Sipu Lions are up to their old tricks, they scored a run in the bottom of the 8th inning. They have tied Chiba 3. Chiba scored those 3 runs in the first inning, and their bats have been silenced ever since. The Lions keep chipping away on that one. They've got a runner at second and 2 gone. So here comes the 1-0 pitch. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Rounding second and heading to third is Okajima. The throw comes in. It is offline. And holding at first with a single is Suzuki. And now the Eagles have runners on the corners with 2 outs. And that's going to bring up the third baseman, Igoro Moji. That's the 10th hit of the ball game for the Golden Eagles tonight. If they're going to be one thing that's going to come back to haunt them is the fact that they have stranded a pile of runners on base. 9 through the first 6. So we are going to have a pinch runner for Suzuki over at first base. It looks like that is going to be Murray Biashi. So Kazuki Murray Biashi in to run. We'll keep our eye on him. For Murray Biashi, on the season, he doesn't have any stolen bases. He's got 4 in his career, which all came last year. So runners on the corners, 2 gone, and Igoro Moji at the plate. He's 0 for 3 tonight. And the first pitch is a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. Moji has grounded out and he's struck out twice. And what fans there are in attendance for the Golden Eagles are making a lot of racket, cheering their team on. So 1 ball and no strikes. The right-hander holds at the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses up and away, and the count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. So there's still a lot of worry here. The runner at third base is the responsibility of the pitcher, Samori, as he was charged with the 2 runs in this inning on the home run by Shimauchi, but he also gave up that hit to Okajima. So here comes the 2-0 offering. We're here in the top of the 8th inning. It is a 5-3 Hawks lead. And here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on and fouled away, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Moji. Our friend says it is 6:02 a.m. That's what Mick says. The Mets, the Dodgers, and the Yankees are his other 3. He thinks his New York picks are the locks. Not sure what the pitching matchups are for some of those other ones. As we said before, the Mets, I think it's Walker against Anderson tonight, which would be a interesting matchup. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded right to the first baseman, Nakamura, who fields it and steps on the bag. And that is going to retire Moji. And it is, again, an ending of a lost opportunity in some ways for the Golden Eagles. They do cash 2 runs in, but they strand 2 more aboard. There was 2 runs in the inning on 3 hits. There were no errors and 2 runners left. That is now 11 runners left on base through the 7 innings. We are moving now to the bottom half of the 7th inning. It is your score 5-3. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back after this. Appreciate you all for being here.
Hey guys, and thank you, Freddie. Steve coming back at you. That's right, Steve Rademacher. I would like to thank each and every one of you that is tuned into my channel. And today, let's do a little shout out for some other great channels you should be watching. There is WVlogs 18. There's Big D's Sports and Collectibles. You all know another Hollis build. Why not Like Father, Like Son? That's a great duo that does some great stuff. It shows some great cards. And of course, the one and only Bud Stoney, creators of One of Ones. The creator of One of Ones, and they're all signed on the back. Bud Stoney, One of One, like this beautiful Robin Yount that he made for me. He made me another Robin Yount, this time mini, and a Christian Yelich mini. Great cards, and he does more than cards. We have darts of Hulk Hogan and many other things. So give them a look-see and give me another look-see. Subscribers are always welcome, and back to Freddie.
Welcome back, everybody. We're just checking over the final scores that have been trickling in from around the NPB. This game here is the only one that's still in the 7th inning. Everybody else is in the 9th inning, or the games are finals. We are going to have a pitching change as the Golden Eagles are going to the bullpen, as it looks like it's going to be Anraku in relief, as he is going to be taking over for Ishibashi. He's going to be facing the right-handed hitting Alfredo Despania, who takes a first pitch breaking ball for a called strike. Despania tonight is a triple away from a cycle. I'll probably fall out of my chair if Alfredo Despania hits a triple. As the big fella takes a fastball inside for a ball, and the count's 1-1. He doubled home a run in the first inning. He singled in the third, and he hit a 2-run shot in the fifth inning. And that is where we stand here. And there is a fastball swung on it. It is grounded softly to short. Kobakata picks it up. He throws to first. That's going to go down as a ground out, 6-3 for out number 1. So 1 up and 1 away, and that's going to bring up the first baseman, Akira Nakamura. As we look at the finals, another final that just checked in, the Bay Stars knocked off the Dragons 4-2. 4-7-0 for the Bay Stars, 2-6-0 for the Chinichi Dragons. As we said earlier, in the Pacific League, as a breaking ball drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. The Buffaloes knocked off the Ham Fighters 5-2. The kind of upon Ham Fighters had the early lead, but it was that 4 spot in the bottom of the 6th inning by Oryx that propelled them to the 5-2 victory. As the breaking ball misses, and the count is 1-1 now to Nakamura. So Enraku delivers another one, and another breaking ball that misses up in the way, and the count is now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Bottom of the 7th inning here. The score line of 5-3. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on it, missed. The count now goes to 2-2. But we were just talking about in the bottom of the 9th inning, as the Murray Giants entered the bottom of the 9th with a 9-1 lead over the Swallows. Swallows have scored 4 times already, and it's now 9-5. There's a fastball swung on. It's looped into right center field. It's going to get down. It's cut off by Tatsumi. He throws into second. Dinging hard for 2 is Nakamura, and he's going to get in there safely. A nice play by the center fielder to cut the ball off. He had a shot at the runner at second base. Nakamura slides in safely with a double, and he is got his second hit of the ball game. That is going to bring up the third baseman, Daiki Nomura. It's a really good throw there by the center fielder. I'm not sure I really liked the way that Kobakata received the ball. He was up in front of the base on the outfield side. And when he caught it, he had to reach back with the tag. I probably would have taken him and straddled the base and maybe let that ball carry, and maybe he would have had a chance. So here comes the first offering. It is a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Daiki Nomura. Nomura 1 for 3 on the day. He's got a single and an RBI. So here comes the 1-0 pitch. And it is a split finger pitch that misses down, and the count, or misses down, but it's swung on, and it's now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to the third baseman, Nomura. It's his first at bat of the game. He came in to replace the starting third baseman, Nobuhiro Matsuda. Came in as a defensive replacement in the 6th inning. So here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Our friend Mick says in 15 minutes his shift is over. He gets to head home, but by the looks of it, we still got a lot of life left in this one. So here comes the 2-1 pitch. There's a fastball that catches the outside corner, and the count now goes to 2-2. So Tatsuro Yanagamachi is waiting his turn on deck. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nomura waiting on the offering here from Enraku. As he waggles the bat. And here comes the 2-2 pitch. It's a split finger pitch that is fouled away, and the count now remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. That runner, Nakamura, is an important runner at second base. You got to be able to try to retire Nomura here. You want to keep that run off the board. There, 2 runs down is a lot easier to come back than from 3, especially as they're starting to run out of time. So here comes the offering to Nomura. And it is a pitch that's down. He checks his swing. They appeal down to the first base umpire. They say he didn't go, and that's going to run the count now to 3-2. We took a look at the replay. I'm not so sure about that one. I think the Eagles had a legitimate case, which is why they went down there. It did look like he offered, but the first base umpire was not impressed. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Nomura. And here's the pitch. It is another split finger pitch that misses down, and that is going to draw a walk, and that is going to bring up the left fielder Tatsuro Yanagabachi. So now they have 2 aboard with 1 out. There's no action really going right now in the Golden Eagle bullpen, but the catcher, Simitani, gets out to the mound to have a word with his right-hander. So Yanagabachi steps to the plate. He's had a hit in 3 trips here. He's got a single. He's flown out to left, and he's grounded to first. Our friend Mick says he's hoping the Yankees and the Dodgers can win. That would be the Yankees, Mets, Yankees, and Dodgers. That would be the icing on the cake for his picks. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Yanagabachi. So the runner's at second, Nomura. There's a fastball swung on. This is lifted into shallow left field. Camping out underneath it is Nishikawa. He's going to make the catch. And that is going to retire Yanagabachi for the second out of the inning. So that's an important out. That's going to leave it up to Takuya Kai. So for Kai, he is 1 for 3. He's got a single in 3 trips to the plate. He's also flown to center and grounded to short. So Kai steps up to the plate. He digs himself in, ready to face the first offering. He's pulled his average up to $1.95 on the year. Kai has started to swing the bat much better. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that misses up, and the count is 1-0. You always give up the stick if you've got a good catcher, and Takuya Kai fits that bill. He really receives the ball well. He blocks. He controls the running game. But at bat, well, you get what you get. And he's not exactly the top-end hitter, which is why he sits at the bottom part of the batting order. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. So Kenta Imamiya is up playing catch in front of the dugout. So it looks like he may be coming in as a defensive replacement. So here comes the 2-0 offering. He didn't get the start tonight as Kawase was in the ball game, but we'll have to keep an eye if he's coming in defensively or coming in to hit. And there's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is now 2-1 to Kai. You look at the Hawks lineup, they too have a lot of depth. I don't know what they're pitching. I don't know if I like the Eagles pitching going into the playoffs. When I think of the Hawks, I think of the playoffs, I think of the different types of teams, and certainly the Saitama Cebu Lions have a pretty good bullpen this year. And there's a split finger pitch that misses down, and the count is 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Takuya Kai. So Kai, the right-handed stick, waiting on the offering here from the right-hander Enraku, who holds at the belt. Here comes the 3-1 delivery. Checks the runner at second. He pitches. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Going to reach the seats over on the first base side. Runs the count to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. It'll be Yukio Shudo who waits his turn on deck. Should Takuya Kai be able to keep this one going? So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Kai. The runners are going to be in motion at the time of the pitch. As Kai waggles the bat, he chokes up off the end of it. And here comes the 3-2 offering. And Ryaku checks the runner at second. Checks him again. There go the runners, and it's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right field, and it's going to get past the right fielder, and it's going to go all the way to the wall. Okajima's going to have to run it down. 1 run is in. They throw it in. 2 runs are in. And Takuya Kai has just hit himself a triple, and that is going to blow this game open, as it is now a 7-3 game. The outfielders had to come in. They had to play shallow, because if it was a single, they needed to throw him out at the plate. And Kai is able to line the ball past the end of the gap in right center field, past the right fielder, as both of the fielders had to chase it down. And that is going to be a 2-run triple. A nice piece of hitting, a clutch piece of hitting here by Takuya Kai, as that brings home Nakamura and Nomura to increase the Hawks' lead to 7-3. And that is going to bring up the top of the order, Yukio Shudo. For Shudo tonight, he is 1 for 3. He's got a single and 3 trips. He's also walked. And the first pitch is a fastball swung on and missed, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Shudo. And here's the offering from Enraku. It's a fastball swung on. It is grounded over to second. Fielded neatly by Asamura. He throws to first. That's going to be a ground out 4-3. And that is going to do it here for the Hawks in their half of the 7th inning. But there was damage done. The key 2-run triple by Takuya Kai. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left aboard. We are now through 7 complete innings. It is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 7, the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles 3. Stick around, everybody. Looks like we got some multiple changes coming in for the Hawks defensively. We'll be back in just a couple moments after this from our friend, Steve Rademacher.
Hello, kids. Steve coming at you. It's Steve Rademacher. And if you like interesting stuff, if you like to laugh a little bit, and if you enjoy collecting, this channel's for you. If you like non-sport cards, we have them. You like pseudo-sport cards, we open them. Even if you like entire boxes of completely pointless stuff or other sports, we have everything here. I drop a different video every day, and there's always a theme to it, from No Filter Friday to Saturday morning cartoons, even Sunday shoutouts. Once in a while, we'll get a little froggy and show Money Money Monday, where I showcase a bunch of my currency. We have Legos, we have Star Wars, we have a good time. We even have my brother on Takeover Tuesday. Be there or be square. Back to Freddy.
That's right, everybody. Be sure to check out our friend Steve Rademacher and his channel, as there is going to be all kinds of crazy stuff going on. Today is a No Filter Friday day normally, but not sure if he's going to run the No Filter Fridays. Not every single week. Haven't checked him out over there today, but go see what he's got going on. Takuya Kai has got himself all set as he's ready to come back and to catch this inning. They do have a pitching change in for the Hawks, as they have a new right-hander in, and there are some changes that are around and about. So the new pitcher that's coming in, this is going to be the right-hander Kuya Fuji. I've seen Fuji pitch a little bit this year. He's been very, very impressive after missing the last couple of seasons. Originally pitched with the Hiroshima Toyo Carp. Kenta Imamiya is the new shortstop. I have to get you the first baseman, and in just a minute, it looks like the Hawks have replaced the first baseman as well. So it is going to be Simatani, and then the top of the order, Shikawa, and then Kobakata. And the first pitch is a 95-mile-an-hour fastball that misses down from Fuji, and the count is 1-0. Fuji has been outstanding this year. This is going to be the 7th pitcher used by the Hawks tonight. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is now quickly ball and 1 strike to Simitani. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As we said, we'll have to get the other changes for you as Kenta Ememiya went in at the shortstop position. There's a fastball that misses up and away. Not sure how they're going to position them in the batting order, though. That's the only question that I would have, is there's been 2 changes. The game is still going on in the bottom of the 9th inning. There's a fastball swung on it as pop foul. It's going to reach the seats. That's going to run the count at 2-2. It's in the bottom of the 9th inning. The Murray Giants went into the 9th inning with a 9-1 lead over the Yakult Swallows. The Swallows have scored 4 runs. They got runners at 2nd and 3rd with 2 out, and they're still batting in the bottom of the 9th inning. I can only imagine if the Swallows came back on the Giants there. It just sort of epitomizes the Giants season. Really struggling this year. There's a fastball that misses upstairs. Counts now 3-2. Final score from Hiroshima. The Carp lost to the Tigers 3-2. Tigers have been playing some really good baseball over the last 5-6 weeks. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is fouled away, and the count remains at 3-2 to Simitani. It is extra innings in Cebu. The Lions and the Marines are tied at 3 as they're in the top of the 10th inning now. And the other game that was in the Pacific League, it's a final 5-2 for the Buffaloes over the Fighters. This one's been in the books for a little bit. Here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and missed. But Simitani is down on strikes for the first out here in the 8th inning. It's going to bring up the top of the order, and it's going to bring up Haruki Nishikawa. Nishikawa tonight has got a single in 3 trips. He's also walked. You can see the way the game here kind of went. It sort of set the tone in the first inning when the Eagles had runners on, and Nishikawa, with 1 out, was thrown out at the plate trying to score in the first inning. And here comes the first offering from Fuji. It's a breaking ball that misses upstairs, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Well, it looks like it's finally over in Tokyo as the Swallows couldn't keep the Congo line going as they lost 9-5. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into right center field. Moving over on it and making the catch is Shudo, and that is going to retire Nishikawa for the 2nd out of the inning. So 2 away, and that's going to bring up the shortstop, Hiroto Kobukata. For Kobukata today, he's had a pretty good day at the plate. He's 2 for 3. He's also walked and scored a run. He's got his average up to 293. So right-hander against the left-hander. Fuji ready to go back at it here against the shortstop for the Eagles. And now he kicks, and he delivers. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Our friend Steve Rademacher is checked in. We welcome you for being here, Steve. We're still going strong here as we're in the 8th inning. Top of the 8th, nonetheless, as a fastball misses outside, and the count is 2-0. Get a little break, and then we'll come right back at it with 2 more later today. So hopefully you can join us for some of those. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 3-0. So 3 balls and no strikes to Kobukata. Putting in a few hard yards here, that's for sure, over the next little bit. Lots more action to come over the course of the weekend. 2 more today, a couple on Saturday, a couple on Sunday. Here's the 3-0 pitch. It's a fastball that just misses down. And that is going to be ball 4. Kobukata didn't even move. He was standing at the plate anticipating that the home plate umpire would go up with the right hand. But nope. That is ball 4. He's aboard for the 4th time today with that walk, and that's going to bring up Hideto Asamura to the plate. For Asamura today, he is 0 for 3. He's bounced into a fielder's choice. He's grounded to short. He's flown out to center. He's also walked. And so here comes the power hitting second baseman as he's waiting on the offering here from the right-hander Fuji. And it's the first pitch breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Asamura. A reminder, after this one, we'll wrap up all the scores from around the NPB. Do that and give you the roundup on this one here. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away. And now Fuji's way up on Asamura at 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. As a reminder, don't forget to check out our poll question as we asked the question on our community page. Do you bet on sports? And it's amazing the turnout that we've had on that particular poll question in a very short period of time. There's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-2. A lot of people are chiming in on their yeses or their nos. I talked to our friend Steve Rademacher earlier today, and he was surprised at how many people don't, but that has flipped over as we've gone through the night, much to no one's surprise. There's the 1-2 pitch. The later it goes, the more the people will play the sports a little bit later. There's a fastball missing away, and the count's 2-2 to Asamura. So the runner at first is Kobakata. There's 2 gone here in the top of the 8th inning. It is a 7-3 ball game for Fukuoka. This is going to go down in our books as probably one of the longer 9-inning games of the year. There's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. The count remains at 2-2. We're still got at least another full inning left in us. I would say we're going to be approaching the 4-hour plus mark on this one. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Right-hander Fuji gets his sign from the catcher Kai. He comes set. And now here's the delivery. It's a split finger pitch that misses down, and that runs the count to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Asamura. The runner at first, Kobakata, is going to be on the move here. With 2 gone here in the 8th inning. So Asamura ready to face the offering here from Fuji. Fuji checks the runner over at first. He comes set. And here comes the 3-2. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses down, and that's going to be ball 4. Back-to-back walks here with 2 outs. Put runners at first and second. It's going to bring the pitching coach out of the Hawks dugout, and it's going to bring Hiroki Shimouchi to the plate. Shimouchi has already done a lot of damage tonight. He's been responsible for all 3 of the runs. In this one here, he's got 2 homers. He's got a single. He's bounced into a fielder's choice. He's knocked in all 3 of the runs for the Golden Eagles tonight. They're going to come out and discuss how they want to pitch Shimouchi. Be kind of curious to see when the last time there's been a 3-run homer game for the Golden Eagles. I don't want to foreshadow anything here, but Shimouchi's got the opportunity to do it. He's got his average up to 295 on the season. Now those 2 home runs in tonight's ball game have given him 10. He's got 54 runs batted in. Our friend Mick says his shift is done, and now he's got us on in high D in the car on the way home. So here we go. Here comes the first pitch to Shimouchi. It's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. So a 7-3 ball game here. Top of the 8th inning. There's 2 on and 2 out, and Shimouchi at the plate with a 1-0 count. So Fuji ready to go back at it here. And here comes the 1-0 offering to Shimochi. Checks the runner at second. Now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Hiroki Shimochi. That was a nice pitch by Fuji. He really was able to turn that one over. Keeping the hitter off balance here. Here comes the 1-1 now to Shimochi. As Fuji holds at the chest, he checks the runner at second. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that's waved at, and it's the home plate umpire really slow with his calls here. He didn't go all the way around, but he left the bat way out there enough to be able to make that an easy decision. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes now on Shimochi. Almost was like that ball 4 call to the shortstop Kobakata. Kobakata didn't want to move on ball 4 because he thought he was going to go up with the right hand. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. And there's a split finger pitch that misses down, and the count is now 2-2. That's the discipline of Shimochi I talked about earlier. He really has that discipline to hold up on the pitches. A more inexperienced hitter might have waved at that one. He had the discipline to take that as a ball down low. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. This is pitch number 25 of the inning by Fuji. Checks the runner at second, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted to deep left field. Racing over on it is the left fielder, Yanagamachi. He's going to make the catch on the warning track. So Shimochi sent it for a ride, just not deep enough, and that is going to do it here for the Golden Eagles in their half of the 8th inning. And the story continues of lost opportunity. There were no runs. There was no hits, no errors, but there were 2 more runners left aboard. You've now left 13 aboard through 8 innings. Your score at 7-3 for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back in just a couple of moments with the call at the bottom of the 8th inning. After this, from our friend, Steve Rademacher.
Hello, guys. Steve Rademacher coming at you. I'm having my 500 subscriber giveaway if we get there by the end of this year. That's my name and my channel, Steve Rademacher. All you have to do is be publicly subscribed, and then you can enter to win once we hit the magic number. Either an unopened, still sealed box of Star Trek official trading cards, Next Generation and Original Series. If that's not your cup of tea, we have Fleer Adrenaline with a Deer Dick rookie card. I have pulled out an autograph from one of these, and there are relics. If that's not your thing, how about an unopened box of 1987 Donruss Baseball? Just come watch me, subscribe, and enjoy the show. Thank you.
Once again, everybody, be sure to check out Steve Rademacher after the game. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. This is going to be the only game that's going on right now, as it is a final now in Saitama. The Cebu Lions have walked it off in the bottom of the 10th inning, as they have won that game 4-3. We do have a pitching change, as it is going to be a new right-hander coming onto the mound for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And it is going to be, looks like it's going to be a right-hander, number 52, I think we've got in our books. We'll double-check that for you in a second. It is going to be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming to bat here, as there's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So it looks like it's Taisi Surosaki on in relief. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. There's a fastball swung on it. Is popped up over on the third base side. Racing over is Moji. It's playable, and he's going to make the catch. That is going to retire Kawase for the first out of the inning. 1 up and 1 away. That is going to bring up the second baseman, Taisi Makihara. The right-hander, Surosaki, this is his 8th appearance of the year. 7 1/3 innings. He's given up 8 hits. He's walked 2 and struck out 2. He's the 4th pitcher used tonight by the Golden Eagles. And here comes the first offering to the second baseman, Taisi Makihara, who swings at a breaking ball and misses, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Makihara. Right-hander ready to go back to work. He kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is now 0-2 to Makihara. So the Golden Eagles stranding 13 runners through their 8 innings. It is unbelievable. They've missed that clutch hit in multiple situations. They have a different outcome on this one here as a fastball misses down, and the count is 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. As we mentioned earlier, this is going to be one of the longest games for 9 innings that we've done this year. So we're approaching the 4-hour mark, as there is a split finger pitch swung on and fouled away, and the count now is still going to remain at 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Right-hander ready to go back to work again, as he's got the second baseman Makihara in the hole at 1-2, and there's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the 2-2 offering. It's a breaking ball swung on it, is looped into shallow left field, and that ball is going to get down in front of Nishikawa, and it's got the spin on it, and it takes it into the seats. That is going to be a ground rule double. So Nishikawa was ready to play it on the hop. The ball had the spin on it, and it sliced right away on him, right into the seats as he was approaching the foul line. Looked like he was just casually going to go over and make the bounce on it. And the next thing you know, the ball spins, and it gets into the seats. That's kind of a cheapy ground rule double, but it's the ground rule double nonetheless. Makihara is aboard. That's going to bring up the right fielder, Yuki Yanagita. Well, Makihara is getting high fives as he's going to get pinch run for here, as his day is done. It was a really, really bizarre. A lot of English on that ball that ended up spinning it into the seats. The first pitch fastball taken for a called strike. Count is 2 balls and 1 strike to Yuki Yanagita. Yanagita tonight is 1 for 3. He's got a single and 3 trips. He's also walked and scored a run. Naoki Sato is now the pinch runner for Makihara, for Taisi Makihara. And here comes the pitch. It is a split finger pitch that misses down. And they throw down to second base, but getting back in time is the runner Sato. He was rather lazy in terms of his secondary lead. Simatani picked up on that and fired down to second base, but getting back safely was the runner. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Yanagita. And here comes the offering. And the 1-1 is on the way. It's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Yanagita. It's 1 gone here in the bottom of the 8th inning with the runner at second. Sato is the runner here. And again, ready to deliver. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and missed. The count goes to 2-2 on Yanagita. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Left-handed hitting Yanagita waiting on the offering here from the right-hander from the Golden Eagles. And here comes the pitch. That is a fastball swung on and missed. And Surazaki blew that one right by the Hawks right fielder, and he has gone on strikes for the second out of the inning, and that's going to leave it all up to Alfredo Despaigne. All for Despaigne tonight, he is 3 for 4. He's got a single, a double, a home run. He's knocked in 3 of the runs so far tonight for the Hawks. He's also grounded out to short. He said in his last at bat, he's a triple away from the cycle. If he hits a triple or hits a cycle here, I'll fall out of my chair. But when Takuya Kai hit the triple earlier, it was because the outfield was playing shallow to throw the runner out at the plate. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 0-1 to Despaigne. Despaigne fouled that one off his lead leg. Gonna walk around here as he needs a moment to regather himself. So a single, a double, and a home run for Despaigne. Now the trainer comes out to have a talk to him here as he's a bit concerned as he fouled that one off his leg. I think it was a number of years ago when Howie Kendrick, as we look at the replay on that one, I'm not really sure where that hit him. Didn't traditionally hit him on the, where we thought maybe it looked like it hit the dirt and came up and maybe caught him off the calf. But no balls and 1 strike to Despaigne as he's ready to go again here. Surasaki gets the sign from his catcher. He holds set. He checks the runner at second. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses inside. The count is now 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. I think it was Howie Kendrick I started to say a number of years ago. I'm pretty sure it was him, or it was either him or Kendrys Morales had fouled the ball off their leg and broke their leg or broke their foot. It wasn't the foot. It was actually, I think, a broken leg, bone in the shin. Put him out for some time. Might have been Kendrys Morales when he was with the Angels. So here's the 1-1 pitch. There's a fastball swung on. It is hit over to third. It is fielded neatly by the third baseman, Moji. He throws to first. It's going to retire Despaigne. Despaigne hit the ball hard. Nice play by the third baseman. That's going to be a ground out 5-3 for the third out of the inning. It looks like we're going to have ourselves yet another Hawks pitching change when we return. No runs in the inning. There was a hit, no errors, and 1 runner left aboard. We're through 8 complete. 7-3 for the Hawks. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the top of the 9th inning. When we return, the Eagles are down to their final bats. Hang tight. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is yet another pitching change for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. It's going to be Hiroshi Kaino coming on in relief. And he is going to be the 8th pitcher used on the ballgame for the Hawks. It's turned into yet another bullpen night for their ball club, as Kaino is here to take over in the 9th inning. This is going to be his 8th appearance of the year. For 6 2/3 innings, allowed 6 hits. He's walked 3. He has struck out 6, and he's got an ERA of 2.70. Wholesale changes all around the defense here for the Hawks. And to be quite honest with you, it's going to be too much to be able to keep up with here at this point. So we'll have to get them as we move along, if we can do that as such. And that's also depending on where they're going to be at in the batting order as well. Even though the Hawks may not be coming back up here, there are multiple changes. And as we get them, we'll deposit them to you. So who's coming up to bat? Well, it's going to be Takara Okajima, Ryosuke Tatsumi, and Daichi Suzuki. It's going to be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters in the batting order. And the first pitch to Okajima is a fastball that misses up and away for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. Okajima tonight is 1 for 4. He singled his last time up. He was stranded at third, and here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. The count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Okajima. And here's the pitch from Kaino. It's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded softly back to the pitcher. He fields it. He steps and throws. That is going to be a ground out. 1-3 for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away, and that'll bring up the center fielder, Ryosuke Tatsumi. For Tatsumi tonight, he's been on board a couple of times. He's singled and walked around a couple of strikeouts. So 1 for 3 on the evening. And here comes the offering here from the righty. Kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on it. Is lifted into shallow left field. Coming in on it is Yanagamachi. He's going to make the catch, and that is going to do it for the second out of the inning. So 2 up and 2 away here for the Golden Eagles, and they're down to their final out. It's slated to be Daichi Suzuki coming to the plate. We have some of the changes, but not all, as Sato is in at second base for the Hawks. Nomura is still in at third base. We haven't got any of the other movement around the rest of the diamond. Our friend Mick says he just got off the phone with his mom. She works with me 2 minutes away from home. Can't wait to have the rest of his coffee. Because I was going to take the Swallows, and you said Dana was your lock. So I took it. How did that work out tonight? There is a breaking ball that misses outside. I thought the Dana Bay Stars were going to take over Chinichi. Yeah, the Swallows scored those 4 runs in the 9th, and it was pretty interesting. Down 9-1, they almost came back. That was crazy. Had a couple guys on and had chances to add more. And there's a breaking ball swung on, grounded softly to short. It is fielded by Imamiya. He throws to first. And that is going to do it. The ball game is going to be over. That's going to go as a ground out, 6-3. That will do it here in the 9th inning. So no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board for the Golden Eagles. Stick around, everybody. We'll come on back in just a few minutes to give you the final recap of this one here. We appreciate you guys for checking in. Your final score, Hawks 7, Eagles 3. We'll be right back after this from our friend Dave.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for checking out the game and Last Raps Baseball. This is Dave, 0 O'Clock Sports Cards. If you like pack openings, baseball, all that good stuff, check us out. Drop a comment on our channel this month to win a mystery pack of cards. All you gotta do is say Last Rap sent you to be entered. And we'll drop a video later on this month announcing the winner. Enjoy the game.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the final score here, we'll wrap up in just a couple moments. All the games are now finals across the NPB. We'll start in the Central League. It was a 9-5 victory for the Giants over the Swallows. 9-13-1 for Yamuri, 5-8-0 for the Swallows. It was Hoda who got the win for the Giants. Ogawa took the loss for the Swallows. Home runs in the ball game, multiple for the Giants. Zealous Wheeler hit his second of the year. Gregory Polanco hit 2. That gives him 16, and Oshiro got his 9th. For the Swallows, it was Santana hitting his 10th and Osuna his 12th. Again, your final 9-5 for the Giants. The Yokohama Dana Bay Stars knocked off the Chinichi Dragons 4-2. 4-7-0 for the Bay Stars, 2-6-0 for the Dragons. Onuki got the win for the Bay Stars. He's 8-4. Ono took the loss. He's 4-7. Yamazaki got his 22nd save. Again, your final 4-2 Yokohama. Hanshin Tigers knocked off the Hiroshima Toyo Carp 3-2. 3-6-1 for the Tigers, 2-7-0 for the Carp. Yuki Nishi gets the win. He goes to 8-6. Daichi Osera takes the loss. He's 7-7. Iwazaki got his 25th save. Rojas Jr. hit his 5th home run of the year for the Tigers. Other games around in the Pacific League, the Saitama Cebu Lions were down 3-0 to the Chibalote Marines, and they battled back with 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 8th, and then walked it off in the 10th. The final score was 4-3, 4-7-0 for the Lions, 3-7-1 for the Marines. Masuda got the win in relief. He's now 2-1. With Sasaki taking the loss, he drops to 2-3. Home runs in the ball game for the Marines. It was Sato hit his 6th. For the Lions, Yamakawa hit his 31st, leading the Pacific League, and Kawagawa hit his 2nd. The Oryx Buffaloes came from behind to beat the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters 5-2. It was Tikiyasu who got the win. He's 1-0. Ponce takes the loss. He's 2-3. Jacob Wagyuspak got his 3rd save. It was Sugimoto hitting his 14th, and Yumamune hit his 2nd home run in 3 days. Give him 2 on the year. 5-12-0 for the Buffaloes, 2-7-0 for the Fighters. Again, your final was 5-2. In this one here, it was a game of lost opportunity for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. They stranded 13 runners on base. The final score was 7-3 for Fukuoka. The scoring got underway in the first inning. With 1 out, it was Kawase who walked. Then after a ground out, it was a walk to Yuki Yanagita. With 2 gone, it was a RBI double by Alfredo Despania to put the Hawks up 1-0. Then a walk to Nakamura and a single by Nobuhiro Matsuda increased the lead to 2-0. That was where we stood until the 3rd inning when Hiroki Shimochi stepped up with 1 out in the 3rd and deposited his 1st home run of the night into the stands to cut into the lead 2-1. While the Hawks in the 5th inning chased the starter Takanaka for the Eagles by scoring 3 runs to start the 5th inning. A single to Yanagita and a home run by Despania increased the lead to 4-1. Then Akira Nakamura stepped up and hit a back-to-back home run, and that increased the score to 5-1. So it was 5-1 through 5 innings for the Hawks. The Eagles tried to make a game of it. They scored 2 in the top of the 7th inning, a leadoff walk to Kobakata. And with 1 out, Hiroki Shimochi hit his 2nd home run of the game to cut into the lead to make it 5-3. But in the bottom of the 7th inning, the Hawks put it away for good. With 1 out, Akira Nakamura doubled. And Daiki Nomura walked. And then Takuya Kai stepped up with 2 out and hit a 2-run triple. And that ended up making the scoreline 7-3, and that's how this one ended. The win goes to Matsumoto. He goes to 4-0 on the year. The loss goes to Takanaka. He falls to 2-7. Shimauchi hit 2 homers. That gives him 10. Alfredo Despania hit his 6th, and Nakamura hit his 3rd. Once again, everybody, we appreciate you guys for listening in again tonight. Our friend Mick was here with us for the whole stream. We got to like it. We'll talk to you a little bit later on. We'll be back in just a bit. And we will see you definitely again for the same 2 teams tomorrow night. But we may jump in with a major league game. We're thinking about doing the Braves game tomorrow night, but we'll have to wait and see. It'll be Braves and Mets. That'll be at 4 o'clock Pacific or 7 o'clock Eastern. if we add that back into the schedule. Once again, everybody, have a great night. We appreciate y'all for being here. We will catch up with you guys a little bit later. Have a great night. We will see you again when we see you.